Which one? I slammed my penis in the car door. I slammed my penis in the car door.
Pagu Bunny.
Pogo bunny. I slammed my penis in the car door. I was bored. I was bored. I'm here. I was gonna play Marvel Rivals anyways. Oh, you're melting? Yeah, I have the fan on me. I have the fan. I have the fan on me. It is pretty hot. It's pretty hot. Oh my god, you got an average rubber boot. There's still a minute left. I can skip the minute, right? It's 30 degrees in my living room. Oh no. Oh no. Just don't think about it. Just don't think about it. By the way, now I don't know if it shows up, but I can stream in the pretty graphics. Now you can see every single pixel. You got a huge stick. Oh, we John the wait. It's not. You can reduce it down, right? You can reduce it down, can't you? Right? Right? Yeah, but before you were only streaming. Yeah. Yeah. Look, they sent me an email. They said, "Oh, look, you can do this." And I'm like, "Oh." But honestly, I thought that was a dream because I've been sleeping far too much. So I just looked at my email this morning. Hey, timer's done. Look at that. Sleep is good for Ninu though. Yeah, but I've slept far too much. Also, I'm gonna be playing Marvel Rivals because I completely forgot. I have a Marvel Rival. I have a Marvel Rival tournament tomorrow. I completely forgot about. I forgot about it. Completely forgot about it. Hell yeah! That's tomorrow.
BRL.
I have no idea what time. Space Galaxy. Hell yeah! 10,000 years. You also use your Amazon Prime. Hell yeah! Imagine if I ended the stream right there by just saying Amazon Prime. Good thing you've been practicing Overwatch then. No, I have not played much. I actually have. What have I been? Okay. Oh, what is this? Click to fill in. Nah. Can't be bothered. But who wants to be my friend? I don't know who that is. I've been playing quite a bit of this mode. It's just like TFT. I'm trying to get to this so I can just get this. But I don't know, man. It's so long. It's so the mode is so long. Mode is just so long. Should I do one mode so you guys can see what it's like? Good afternoon, lovely. Good afternoon, you lovely. I'll show you guys how it is.
Good job.
Oh my god. I'm getting patted. I get patted. I've been playing this mode. I've been watching stuff and playing this mode.
Choose wisely.
I will use these. Well, actually, that's 6. Do this. Let's do this. I've been playing a bunch of the new Mario Kart. Oh, hi Clark! So you're playing with your Switch. You're playing with your Switch. With your Switch. That you waited
This
for.
will assist me in analyzing all possible outcomes.
Oh, increase like healing amount by okay. Let me just not buy anything. How do I go back? Oh, there you go. Put that her there. That. So, range limit? I have no idea.
Okay. Looks like we're
I
ready to
had
go
1
to battle.
day after release. You got it too? Wow, you nerds.
All targets
You
impacted.
nerds.
You got them all.
Okay, increase ultimate ability slam range. Got his boost cooldown. Let's go for him. I think I'm gonna regret this. But I want. Let's take this. I wanna get Jeff. Give me Jeff. My name Jeff. My name Jeff. Jeff. I'm gonna put Jeff here. My name Jeff. Where did in that it turned on to release day? Oh. Were you waiting outside in the rain? Was it like a Vegeta moment?
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Fuck me, that guy.
Damage delivered.
I'm winning. Yeah, pretty. Kill. 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 Kill.
You got them
Kill.
all.
I win. I win. Now this takes a while. Who am I fighting at the moment? Gammon. What do they have? Wait, how do I see that? I can't see it. Oh well. Oh well. Should they put TFT in Rivals? Yeah, I know, right? Oh, I don't know. Should I? I don't know, man. I don't know. I was going for the purple
Looks
one
like we're ready to
and
go
go
to
for the
battle.
duelist, but now that I have like 3 sports, I don't know.
Damage delivered. Boosting repair
Be God.
functions.
I'm gonna go to them.
Keeping allied combatants.
Hello? 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 Hey, whoa. Hey, look at me.
You got them
Hello?
all.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I make bad
Hello?
weather look good.
I'm coming. I'll follow you. Where you going? Where you going? It's just going off. Well, okay. League of Legends? TFT is not that bad. Yeah, maybe I should I? TFT is okay. Like, I haven't seen any toxicity there. But then again, like, I don't even know how to how to type any messages in League of Legends.
Looks like we're
I don't know how
ready
to
to go to
type
battle.
any messages in League of Legends.
All targets impacted. All units regenerating.
Oh, you're regenerated. Come on, Jeff. Come on, Jeff. My name's Jeff.
You got them all.
My name's Jeff. My name's Jeff. This takes so long, guys. Hey, hi, Bannock. You catching a fish? Oh, you didn't catch a fish. You caught a frog. Ribbit. A ribbit. Ribbit.
Okay.
Hey,
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
oh, this is cute. Oh,
Healing allied combatants.
oh no. Oh no. Okay, that's not good. Oh no, this is not good. I'm gonna hide. No, you killed Jeff. Me. No. You killed Jeff.
Guess I didn't need to buff it after all.
What? I thought I saw it for a second. Meanies. Alright. Oh yeah. Let me catch a fish too. I'm a catch fish. Oh yeah, we have coins, guys. We have coins. We can buy stuff. With the jellyfish. Catch your fish now. No. No, please.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
All units regenerating.
Be gone. Be gone.
You got them all!
Yeah. Ooh. That's a real chance, like 30% chance. I'm gonna give it to my deaf boy. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He's doing his bestest. Look. I can. I'll hold it. I'm gonna fight this person. No. What do they have? What do they have? Wait. Oh, we're kind of similar. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, we're kind of similar.
Okay.
I'm just our positioning
Looks
is
like we're ready
in
to go
different
to
places.
battle.
All units regenerating.
Hell no.
All targets
How
infected.
could he kill Jev? Oh, this is not going well. Oh no.
Armed and dangerous!
Again! 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 Okay. I think I want to change Storm Lady to... Wait, I mean... I could... Two flying people are annoying, right? I'm gonna put it like this. Like this. Am I gonna regret this?
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Boosting repair functions.
You got them all!
Bye-bye.
I make bad weather look good.
Okay. Why no Ricky? What's this? I gotta catch a fish. What if I catch a seal? Ooh. Okay, gotta do this. Oh, lock it. Okay. Okay, we do that. Wanna... Is it little board? Board. Oh my god! Dragonite! Hello!
Ninaf bro 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 ninaf chick ninaf bro 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 ninaf twee ninaf chick ninaf bro 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 ninaf wee ninaf chick.
El Nino Nibet we nine of jig Nino Nibet BR El Nino Nibet we nine of jig.
Wait, did I win that? That's a... Did I win? You win? It's nearly time. There's a delivery guy at my door. There was a mistake. My building, my room for flat rate, but money's sweet.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Be gone. Be gone.
Damage delivered.
Be gone. Don't kill Jeff. They killed Jeff. I can't
I
believe it.
am ready to put on a show.
Come on, Jeff.
Fire!
Oh, that would have been so cool. They have no. Nah. Oh man, that's mean. Hey, mean, man, you mean. You mean. Huge Iron Man play. Yeah, but then we lost anyways. Meme is a bit quiet, sorry. Let me move closer to my mic. This is better. I am in your head now. I'm in your head. What's in your head? In your head. Zombie. Me inu. Ooh, ooh. Ah. Ugh. I'll win. Oh, that's not what I meant to do.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Healing allied combatants.
You got them all.
Oh man. God damn. Do that. Meow. I wonder if I need to turn myself up. Refresh. Man, it's fine. Yeah. My blue. That's cool. What do I have? Meow, meow.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go
I'm
to battle.
quiet.
Allied combatants.
I am ready to
Oh,
crash
shit.
the valley.
Jeff. Where's the Jeff?
Pulse charge! Fire!
Oh. Wait. Yummy, yummy. Do the yummy. Yum, yum, yum. Wait, who the hell is this? Oh. You get the Jeff go. You get him go. Oh, Jeff eat him. You finish him off. Ooh la la. Let me. Oh my god. What is it? Tiny canned sardine. What I wanted to do was. Hold up. I wanna. Oh no. Is it item? Or is it shop? Oh, there we go. How much money do we have? Oh, maybe we should save up, right? Dang. Okay. Want to shop again, so there you go.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Oh, look at that. I sold my own shop.
Boosting repair functions.
Armed
No, no.
Pulse charge!
Oh my god.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Oh, brother, I'm dead. This guy is the person that's at the first place. Gira beam. Damn. I think I'm losing. I wanna get more Jeff stuff. Give me. I mean, any random way to me each time Jeff drives more than 3 enemies with his ultimate ability. The more enemy, the higher the chance of receiving a rare module. This is. I want this. Jeff needs to get. Jeff needs to eat. Swap him around like this. Do it like this. Jeff, my boy. You must survive.
Okay.
You must
Looks
survive.
like we're ready to go to battle.
Is that little Jeff there? Oh, that's...
Damage delivered.
Armed and dangerous.
Oh no.
Executioner.
Pulse charge.
It's the grand finale.
Where's my pulse charge?
You got them all.
Yeah. I win. I'm inevitable. No. No. Invincible. Are you sure about that? Every time, guys. Every time. That just pops in my head. I just can't help it. Are you sure about that? I need that. I need that. Every time. Every time. You sure about that?
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
A successful strike.
Get bing.
Pulse charge. Fire.
Oh! Maluna out, Luna out.
It's the grand finale. We are
Oh no. 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 Kill. Yummy, yummy. Oh, hell yeah.
It's the grand finale.
Oh no. Oh no. Look at him go. Look at. Oh man. Oh. Wait. My Jeff ate more than 3 people. Wait, is one module. Wait, where's the Tanchia? I didn't hear it. Did you hear it? Did you guys hear it? Maybe it's taking its sweetest time. I wonder. Oh wait, let me see. She keeps dying. Maybe I should replace her. I don't know if I heard. Maybe that was just you saying it again. Are you sure about that? Oh my god.
Looks like
I
we're
would-
ready to go to battle.
I think I need more Omni-Man. I don't even have one. Oh
Damage
shit.
delivered.
The hell? I don't even have one Omni-Man
You got them
stuff.
all.
This is crazy. I never get this. But I would left to get more Omni-Man stuff. I should probably do that. Hell yeah. Okay. Oh my god. Lock it. Let's lock it. Nah, it's fine. Okay. Preserve! Hi! You tried to blend me. I guess I'm quiet. Get wrecked. Get wrecked.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Oh yeah? It's good. Oh man.
I am ready to put on a show.
Pulse charge. Fire. Hurricane. Again.
Wait, is my Jeff dead? Oh Jeff, my Jeff's alive.
It's the grand finale.
Wait, he's ulting again. Wait, is my Jeff ulting again?
Maximum.
No! No! Oh my god. Bro. my Jeff literally just threw. My Jeff threw the game. my Jeff threw the game. What the fuck, Jeff? He threw my Jeff threw my my Jeff threw the game. Bruh. My Jeff threw the game. Oh my god, I just need one more. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna sell this. Wait, it's not enough. You kidding? Alright. My Jeff threw the game.
Are you sure about that?
Oh my god. Wow, it took 10 years. Are you sure about that? Report him? Jeff, you're reported. You're reported, Jeff. You're going to the gulag. Bro
Looks like
threw
we're
my
ready to
game.
go to
I can't
battle.
believe it. You gotta make it up.
I am ready to put on a show.
Pulse charge. Hurricane. Fire.
Don't throw my game. Don't throw my game, Jeff. He was about to ult, guys. He was about to ult. Look at him. He was about to ult. He was about to ult. He was about to ult. The in-stream started when I was pooping. Oh, dang. How blessed. I thought it was a blood, but it was Nino. Yeah, it's me. Hey, it's me. Do you want to really blend me? You really want to blend me? Daily dose of Nino. Hell yeah. Oh, Dragon Knight, you have to use your point to catch your fish. I catch
Looks
a
like
fish.
we're ready to go to
What
battle.
is this? Oh, this guy is too strong for me.
A successful
Hurricane. Incoming. Pulse charge. Fire.
Jeff.
From the seas to the skies.
Oh, they did the Jeff NATO. Kill him. No. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare, buddy. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Oh my god. You got a plastic bag. How cute. That's cute. Really cute. Oh shit. Near 5 with 10 health base and each unique roll upon first. Oh. Okay. That sounds really strong. My book is becoming unstoppable. Okay. Time to cry, guys.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
This is my arc.
armed judge, jury, execution.
It's the grand
Pulse charge. Fire.
Jeff, go and do your thing.
Hurricane.
Rise, my friends.
Dangerous. From the seas to the skies.
Look at it.
You got them all.
Oh, I killed him.
Second.
僕は好きでほって見えたなんて好きないで僕のことを Oh my god. Look what you got. 僕はかよ覚えててこのことを Oh my god. We need to get more gold, guys. We need to get more gold.
Looks like
On that
we're
note,
ready to go to battle.
I actually watched a couple episodes of Tokyo Ghoul again.
Healing allied combatants.
Hurricane! Pulse charge! Incoming! Fire!
It's the grand finale.
Yeah, finally. Okay. Of eyes grabbed by the ultimate. Yeah. Okay. Oh my god! You found Finding Nemo! You found the Finding Nemo. Oh my god. Yeah, healing one by uncle, the eagle now lost by any other, okay? Okay. I'm top 2 now at the moment, guys. I'm top 2. I can do it.
Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
All targets infected.
I am ready to launch. It's the grand finale.
Oh my god.
Dangerous! Again! Born again! Pulse charge! Fire!
Destroy them. Oh my god, he...
Rise, my friends!
Oh, let's
Pulse
go.
charge!
No.
Fire!
Oh my god. Oh my god, there's still so much left.
Pulse charge! Again!
Nah, I think I'm dead. Oh my god, that's crazy shit. Dang. Okay. Fair, fair. Fair. I need 10 more? That's crazy. Hold up. Oh my god! Average shiny clappy. Oh, crappy? Wait, did it say clappy or crappy? What did it say? Nail fish! Oh my god, achievement unlocked! Oh my god!
Looks
We
like
looked
we're
at
ready to
achievement.
go to battle.
I don't know what that means.
Armed and
A successful strike.
Oh shit.
Pulse charge!
Oh fuck.
Hurricane!
Oh. Wait, is this gonna be the same?
From the seas to the skies!
Kill him! Kill him! Don't. Oh my god. Oh, don't let him live!
Rise, my friends!
I kill! Okay. Now I'm gonna be top 2. But this guy, you guys are menace though. And there's no way I can... Alright, let me go. Why do I have this? 15... Need 3 more. Hold on, let me see. This. 1 more! Yeah, hold up. Yay! Okay. Also, when the fuck did I... Hold up a minute. Why do I have...
Looks like we're ready to go
Okay,
to battle.
doesn't matter. What do you give big for? What? I'm not... Oh my fucking god.
Pulse
Please.
charge! Fire!
Come back, guys. Come back, guys. Kill him. Oh my god. Kill
Pulse
the boy.
charge! Rise, my friends!
Yeah.
Maximum pulse!
Wait.
Hurricane! Pulse charge! Fire!
What the fuck? Oh, come on, Iron Man.
Pulse charge!
Nah, no. No, dude, that's so close. Okay. Damn. GG. I think I lost this one. Oh man. What happens if I get oh boy.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go to battle.
Armed and pulse charge! Fire! Again!
I am ready to go for the show.
Hurricane incoming!
It's the grand finale.
Oh,
From
hurricane?
the seas to the skies!
Oh my god. Look at me. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Wait. No!
Hurricane
It didn't work.
Again!
I'm dead. Oh, okay. Fair.
You did great.
Second place. This mode is so heckin' long, though. If I get second place again, I can get my 200. Wait, how many days left for this achievement? Let me check. 2 days. I think I'll be fine, right? Should we practice? Should we practice? I need to get this with shield. Ew. Let's do some comp, shall we? We haven't done comp in ages. Oh my god. I don't know what a tiny tetra is. Is it a shape? Is it fish? Yes, qualified. You qualified. Hi, practice makes perfect. Yeah. Wait, guys, I posted a new talk. Wanna see what the video was?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I wanna be the very best.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope
let me
and
show you.
fear. Now, who am I gonna banish from
This might be
match?
a little loud, okay? Oh gosh. Go to sleep. Don't you breathe here no more. Go to sleep. And be forever Now dead. Oh, Ty. Can you make a laughing Ninu like that? Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it serenade with you? Oh gosh, I didn't get to vote again.
Pick your hero.
Like
Or
ha ha
villain,
ha
I'm
ha
not judging.
ha ha. Wait, people banning Squirrel Girl. Can't you believe it? Can't you believe it? Also, look at this tie. That would be cute. Yeah, but you're cute. Look at this. I have this on my background. Hey, isn't that? Wait, do we have a?
Before we had powers, we had each other. That bond is unbreakable.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Is it Cutie Bee?
We find ourselves caught in a battle between two dooms, with no way of truly knowing which one of them is right.
We would be better off making a deal with Mephisto.
I have done that, Wanda. I can assure you we most certainly would not.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Oh,
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. My God,
I want to play easy mode.
Some
Oh, the
call
Dungeon
me
Master, yeah.
arrogant,
I never finished that one.
mostly
Yeah,
very
it's
jealous.
pretty. Wait. Do you ever do for the ship? You can also make that like an offline one.
I'll get you next time. The mission area is yours to capture now.
You need to teach me that spell, Steven.
The mission area is yours. Yes! One down! A bomb of life!
Oh man.
You owe me one.
Good medicine.
Oh, we lose this track. Dude don't deserve to win.
Our foes have found us.
Why?
What can I do for you?
We need to disappear.
I've got eyes on an enemy.
Oh god.
A bomb of life!
Take us out. Follow the enemy.
No, you captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Control lost.
Okay. Wow. My ass got cooked. Rank is on high. Hey D. What's new? Oh my god. That's a good
Still
one.
here.
That's
Don't
a
you
good.
put
I'm
me
good.
out.
I'm good. How are you doing?
Disappearing.
Your hair Karen do nail. Yeah, she shot me in the face. She shot me in the face. Big disgrace.
I am strengthened.
So it begins.
Oh man.
I have not.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
Tandy needs help. Lights out.
Us against the world!
You get a web.
Oh god, really? Are you kidding me?
Spider time!
Get in here, y'all.
My time to shine.
Lights out.
Your team's capture progress is past the halfway point. You owe me one. I'll get you next time.
Get him.
I am strengthened
Yes!
for battle.
One down!
Okay, homeboy. I'm existing at work. Been considering getting back into playing guitar. Oh my god, yeah! Do it! Guitar is so fun.
Lights out.
Wait, what the fuck? Why can't I talk to him?
Sure, those are bad
Hell
guys.
no.
My time to shine.
Glory is almost yours.
The darkness. Out.
That took the edge off.
Tremble before blast!
My time to shine.
Brother.
Unleash the
Guitar is fun. I don't
Keep
play
fighting
guitar.
until we have a winner.
I don't have a guitar. I've always wanted to play it though.
Lost.
But I feel like it would just get dusty.
That's what I needed.
And I'd be scared if my neighbors could hear me.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
Well then, they hear me. I bet they do. What are you doing?
opening a portal.
We need to disappear.
From the brink.
Back from the ring, baby. Been playing for 20 years.
Welcome to
Hell!
the Dark Force
Oh,
dimension.
wait. Where is she?
Darkness. Out.
Behold!
Oh, fuck that. I'm dead. Oh, hi, I'm not dead. I'm back.
My time to shine.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have
On
a
them
winner.
damn,
Control
on them
C.
deaf 20 years. That is so cool. Do you just play for fun or do you do it for like a job? Looky, it's a Ninu. It's me, fresh, it's me. This Panther,
30 seconds
Oh.
before you attack. Get ready.
he fell over.
Say, Doc, you never told me where you
Wait,
learned all those
is
tricks.
that a
It's
lizard?
called
Is that a real lizard?
Not exactly on the brochure.
So you weren't bitten by a radioactive wizard?
Wait, guys, lizards can survive. Wait, is it lizard or is it gecko?
The battle starts in 5, 4,
No, gecko, Nico.
3, 2,
Lights out.
That survive in the
all you need to do
desert.
is capture the mission area.
Let's pop
Got
back
it?
up under their noses.
Once we get this timeline thing sorted out, I'm taking a
Now I
long
just do-
vacation
oh, wait, hold on a
somewhere
minute.
with lots of stuff to steal.
Oh, it's a job for that? Hell yeah, that's cool. So I just love music. Hell yeah. Well, what genre?
Help. So
I am strengthened for battle.
Lights out.
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You
Mission
get a
area
weapon!
is yours to capture now.
Us against the world.
He beat me up, man.
Or a dagger. Pride of the neighborhood.
Lights out. Welcome to the Dark Force.
Mission area is yours.
My time to shine. Good to see you.
Everything is mine! Put some pep in my step.
Lights out.
I shouldn't be here.
Taste my pain. Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
I am strengthened for battle.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness me.
I'm a team player.
Yeah, that fish is just fishing.
Lights out.
Hello.
Taste my pain.
You can't hurt me!
Rock rockets beacon.
My time to shine.
Oh no. I can't teabag. No. I know I'm playing punk and alt. Oh hell yeah. Damn.
Lights out.
You have good taste in music.
My time to shine.
Because I have good taste in music.
Hi, neighbor.
Scratch my back.
Feeling stronger already.
Green Day was the first band I learned to play the. Oh hell yeah! Yeah, I mean, if you played it before, you should totally get back into it.
Pride of the neighborhood.
It's good for brain too.
Lights out.
Useless
Get in
now.
here, y'all.
My time to shine. You owe me one.
You get a webbit! You get a webbit! You get a web!
My time to shine.
Lights out. How's it going?
Listen to that Nu. Nu has the big brain. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Doing creative things is good for your brain. It's good for your brain. You build new neurons and they let you twiddle twaddle with the other neurons. Wait, Fresh, what is that? Is that a plane? On that note, you know that this thing called kazoo. I still have the kazoo, guys. I don't know how to use it. I'm supposed to go. Oh wait, I actually did it. It worked. A stinger missile. Oh. Dang. But Ninu has learned how to use the kazoo. Today, in this very day, you have watched. You have heard Ninu play the kazoo. It's my first time playing the kazoo. When I become a famous kazoo player, Ninu also knows the grunt. That's true. Piranha. Piranha. I have learned a lot of things. I've learned a lot of things. Well, why am I getting domination maps? I don't like these maps. Oh my god, Ninu won't choose a crystal well.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Well, I want to be Swirl.
And kick.
Can I be Swirl, please? Well, I don't know any notes, but you know how
this match?
like Hatsune Miku, was it Vocaloids? They just get like the flying poop head. How they're like electric, right? Their PC program thingy. Yeah, what if you program Ninu? Ground all the flyers. Agreed. Big voice bank. Yeah, whatever, make a Ninu voice bank of Ninu GrownTube. And everybody's allowed to make music out of it. Okay, but how do I make voice bank? How do I what do I need to do?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Why you slap? Why you slap? Don't you know I'm... Oh. It's free to a hard drive. That makes sense.
Superhero
I think
is a piece of
that's
cake
a good
compared to
start.
being Luke Cage's
That's
nanny.
true.
Now
Yeah,
that was
should be okay.
stressful. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Yes. Yes.
Better keep your distance, Logan. Wouldn't want your claws to get all melty.
Yes.
I can handle the heat, kid. Question is,
Yes, Tangier is getting
I've been going super
a new
dark
one,
since I was
like
a
new
Good old man.
CTS
turn
thing,
up the flames. We got work
so they
to
can make them
The battle
sing
starts in 5,
or sang.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Oh, it's this
Got
map.
Put this down before we go.
Oh, of course. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. For some reason, I thought I was in the symbiote map thing.
Oh, now that's a snap.
Stupid.
Namor?
Stupid. Stupid.
Like the mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area!
Keep our boy alive.
nasty little
Keep our
bugs
boy.
everywhere.
Wait, did I take that?
Boom of light. Oh, now that's a snap.
Wait. Oh, we have big lady. Oh hell yeah.
I'm hulking.
Oh, now.
No, no.
I'm trying to help. Oh, a touch of healing. Time for some. Sorry about your squiddies, Namor.
Oh man, guys. No. Oh, let me live. Let me live. Okay, I have my ult, and then maybe I can go. Yeah. But Nino already sings for us. Yeah, but I don't know how to sing. I just do what I do.
Berserker!
I do what I do.
Control seized.
This is real firepower!
Nice ult, nice ult. Thank you.
It's
I got ult.
world.
Oh, he shielded me.
Wait, woman.
Where do you think you're going? Oh, now that's a snap.
What the hell?
Hey, check out this big airport. I am ready to put on
Oh,
a
you
show.
kidding? Really?
Those nests so I can get in there.
You belong to me. Hey, check out this big airport.
Unleash the Ashanti's power!
Oh!
Time to go nuts. World Stampede! Oh, I'm energized.
Oh, come on. No!
They've almost got it.
Oh shit. Shiver me timbers.
Where do you think you're going? Just another sucker with suckers. Time to go nuts.
This is real firepower!
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Monkey. Balls. Alright.
Citizens of the deep.
What you're doing is great. Oh my god.
Picked up
disappearing.
Not doing for you.
That's go quicker though, like it's killing me in there.
Sorcerer Supreme.
Not doing for you. Hole hunting, huh?
I can swap to something else if you think we need it. We have 3 healers, so
I feel
we
like
have
healing is
heals.
fine. I don't feel
We
like
have
we're doing
plenty
enough
of heals.
damage.
The
We're just not getting enough picks, or when we're getting picks, we're not taking advantage of it. But
survives this
Yes.
chaos.
I can swap off to do a little bit something and just try to poke those. Does any of the tanks know how to play Hulk? Because
30
Hulk
seconds
needs.
before you attack. Get ready.
My
Hell yeah, let's go. I can I can try to play backline and just try to go for their supports, and we'll see if that helps. Because with 3 healers, it's just hard for us to confirm those kills. So I'll just work on them.
Oh no, it's not what I meant to do. I wanted to do this.
No, they did. They did on the other team. So that's why it was hard to confirm those picks with 3 healers in such a small spot.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Maybe
well,
me
this
and
team
Wanda
is very
can crash
chatty.
those healers and
Yes,
just
my
turn the
brain
game.
my brain's not functioning. Oh no.
You're not going anywhere.
A protective shield. Perfect.
I have not seen so many spiders.
Oh fuck! Wait, no! I shifted! Scam! Mom, game is scamming me. I would like a refund.
My work here is not.
I pressed shift.
Name more down.
Are you
What a pair we
streamed?
make.
Had to finish.
Us against the world.
You're not going anywhere.
Goodbye. For now.
I'm
Limitless magic.
Okay, really?
Goodbye. For now.
Under my spell.
Goodbye. For now. Feeling stronger already.
You're not going anywhere.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Limitless magic.
Goodbye.
wild creatures have risen from around
I am ready to put on a show. Now, a disappearing act.
No more squeeze.
Oh god.
Enemy located.
Shields up. They've almost got it.
This is real firepower!
Feeling stronger already. Success is out.
Dude, this guy actually fucking taking me so long.
You were under my spell. Come on, let me heal you.
Good job, guys.
Now, a disappearing act.
Oh, but I thought I was first.
Ancient secrets revealed.
I unleash the Vishanti's power!
Like a door open to the elder gods.
Feeling stronger already. A little help, please. Us against the world!
Okay, well, when they get onto the point, I'm gonna ult.
Just don't die to it. Just let it run out.
You captured more than
Oh,
half
fuck
the
off.
mission area. Keep going.
I'm gonna work
Lies!
that nest. Nest is down.
Reborn, goodbye. For now.
Meh. Meh. Meh.
You'll have to keep fighting until you have it under control.
Who you talking to?
Oh fuck, I can't
Damn,
touch
you're like a ass.
I fell off. I fell. I fell. I fell. Wait, can I? Do you think I can queue and go to the toilet?
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I mean, I don't know, man. He tried his besties. When is your tournament tomorrow, Ninu? Let me look at it. Wait. I'm sure Abian posted the time. I think it might be at 6 p.m. Hold up, let me see. It's at 6 p.m. Yeah, 6 p.m. I should probably pin it. It's funny because I posted some feet. Hey, milk cars. What's up, my dude? What's up? What's up? I posted someone's feet. Let me show you guys whose feet it was. It was this guy's feet. Wait. I took a screenshot of his feet and I just posted that. Man. What's the current title? Let me as the soul and what around to come up with a stream title for Nini. Wait, what's the title? Wait, did he change the title? I can't actually see on OBS. I have to go on. Open my browser. I gotta open my browser. And then I want to see what is it. I gotta see. And I got a Wii. I still buy it because those look like lookable. Okay. Wait, that's not the title. Wait, you didn't change that. That's still the same title. The skin is good though. I mean, I'm not gonna. The event is just that it is 7 for me. Wait. Wait a minute. Oh, that's okay. You can keep it as that. What's this? Dang, his feet big. His feet big. Oh, also, his voice is different. Oh, dang, that was cool entrance. Fire. Okay, anyways, this.
Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Who's that? Who is it? Who is?
I could get used to this. Not bad, eh? I could get used to this.
Actual fire skin. Yeah. Also, when are they gonna get more skin recolors? It's just still these. I wanna recall our skins. Also, I need to go toilet. But yeah, I'm gonna go toilet. I'm not gonna start. Give me a second, guys. Play fish game. I just need to wee wee. I just need to wee wee. I need to wee wee. BRB.
No, Niu, stop peeing!
Hey, guess who's back? How do we feel about the 4 update? Wait, there's a 4 update? Wait a minute. Wait, when? When did I update it? Wait,
Did you pee again?
I sure did pee. Was it recent? Hold up, let me see. Oops. See this? 4. Now manually cancel. Wait, they just made it so you can cancel his ult? Wait, hold up. Is that his ult? Where's store? Oh wait, hold up. Oh, this. Wait, hold up. Why would you want to cancel it? You can go in and out of the room. My farm is overshield. When does the cooldown restart? Dang. I've actually never played 4. Let me try him out in practice. You can get what? Are you a Thor main?
It was on Earth that I truly learned what it was to become a hero. Our adversaries gather.
Is it E? Okay, hold up.
Battle Fury burn! Laid low by lightning!
Wait, what?
The Wrath of Asgard!
Oh, I have to use my... I don't even play this guy. So I have to use my right click to activate it.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Oh man.
6 in a row. Way to go.
That's actually crazy. Oh wait, you can do it anytime you want to.
Our adversaries gather. The Wrath of Asgard.
What the fuck? That's... Alright, a roll.
Slow down. Battle Fury burns.
Oh, I cancelled it. I'm an idiot.
Strikes a heavy blow. The Wrath of Asgard. Laid low by lightning.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Threefold victory.
That's crazy. Wait, am I gonna see him more often?
That's amazing. 6 in a row.
Am I gonna see him more often? No, but is dash habit hit? Oh, wait. Let me no cooldowns. That dash beep beep beep. Did it awaken
Our
us?
adversaries gather.
Well, he is the mighty Thor. He is. This.
Power grows. The Wrath of Asgard.
Double KO.
Yeah, I forgot to cancel it.
Wow.
Wait, when are they gonna do like then?
That's amazing.
no cooldowns in no cooldowns mode.
Threefold victory!
Hey, what? Oh, that's a... I don't even know what his abilities are. Can I... Does this allow me to fly up? Helicopter! Helicopter!
My power grows! I have awakened the rage of battle!
What the hell? The god of thunder who uses exclusively lightning attacks.
My power grows!
What is this? What is that ability?
My hammer fell, and so did
lightning,
you.
Summon lightning to restore force based on the number of hit enemies. Wait, soon Thor to Thor force. What's Thor force? Force to gain bonus health. Landing Mjolnir bash on an enemy instantly recharges Thor force. Wait, what is Thor force? What is Thor force? What's Thor force?
My hammer fell, and so did you. Ha! The wrath of
awakening.
Double KO.
Lightning confinement.
Oh wait, is the hammers Thor force?
Our
Thor force of the
adversaries
hammer
gather.
charges.
I bring the hammer down.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay, let me see. Like, how long does it normally change? How long does it normally?
My power grows. Laid low by lightning.
Double KO.
Or Asgard.
Oh, killed. Bring it back as well.
My power
Or is it
grows.
hit?
Wow, 4 in a row. 5. That's amazing.
Awaken fury.
6 in a row. Way to go. Unbelievable.
Man.
Slow down.
He could be very strong. I don't think I like him.
Laid low by the enemy is here.
I mean, it means I'm gonna see him a lot more.
Triumvirate of triumph.
Honestly, when I'm playing support and I see Thor coming for me,
My power grows.
I just look the other way. I run away from him.
When I awaken, enemies
Because
fall.
he's scary. You have to go into awaken form. Oh!
I bring the hammer down.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
That's 3.
Oh my god, that's scary.
4 in a row. 5. That's amazing.
That's scary.
Behold the god of thunder.
Unbelievable.
That's scary.
I saw. I
Sticking
smoked.
ads.
Slow down.
I don't know what I think about
Our
that.
adversaries gather.
He's just gonna be more of a
I
pain.
bring the hammer down.
It's like he's gonna be like what do you call Captain? Annoying. But the thing is with Thor, I think he can output so much damage. What else did they change? Oh wait, hold up. Khonshu must be smiling. Mark survivability gets a slight boost. Wait, increased Moon Knight's HP from 250 to 75. Star-Lord. Time to slightly turn up the volume at mid-range. Elemental gun damage fall off. Adjust maximum damage fall off for 25 meters from 60 to 65. What the fuck? The wind blowing or slightly reducing the frequency of her ultimate ability. Okay. Team up ability? Did they change anything? Time to cool Hawkeye's roll. We're reducing the power on his end on his team
Our
up
adversaries
ability.
gather.
Damage from 30 to 25. Okay. Jeff NATO increasing time required to devour enemy from. Wait a minute. Increasing the time it takes to solar. like competition because even Jeff needs to chew his food, folks. Oh no. What about Rocket? Increase armored spider nest cooldown from 20 to 30 seconds? Oh, okay. Well, that kind of stinks. That stinks. Wait, have they changed anything else? Wait, Wolverine, Wild Red. We have put the lockdown on some of the Logans. Let me see where his ultimate ability could correctly also send enemies with unstoppable status flying. Heroes in this state will not be getting on the Wolverine Express.
Our adversaries gather.
I don't get that. Mr. Fantastic. There's a lot of text, guys. There's a lot of text. Captain Bunny Hops. Yeah, he bunny hops a lot. But okay, Captain has survivability, where he jumps a lot. But giving Thor the ability to survive is scary, because he already does a lot of damage.
Fighting for.
Also, I've seen like some scary. I have not played this game. I don't know. When was the last time you played it? No, actually, I did play it, but I played the TFT mode. The other day, I did see a scary Cap. And I didn't like that. I was like, I had to double, triple check the name in case it was Frankazoid. Like, wait, Frankazoid is here to get his revenge. Did they also remove Black Panther? No, they haven't. They do not touch that guy. They do not touch him. Oh man. Oh, stinking ads. You meant by stinking ads. Oh, I thought that was a feature. And I thought that was a Thor feature. Oh man, that's scary. I know likey. Oh, I forgot. What did this? Oh, okay. Dang. Oh man. I am not. That's a captain's skin, isn't it?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I want to be. Just press on.
Eat nuts and
We
kill
interrupt our
bugs.
program to bring
No.
you this important message. I love you. Now back to our show.
Me too.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Alright, man. Dude, should I just buy Black Panther? I wanna be the very Jeff. Should I? Wow. Fish. Fish. Wow. She's gonna take ages to I want to get rid of Iron Man because I don't want to keep. Iron Man is more scary. Iron Man is more scary, guys. Iron Man is more scary, please. Please, man. Iron Man, please. Please. Wait, for real. Iron Man, please, many Iron Man. Why no Iron Man ban? Sweet. No. I could easily farm off Groot. This is not sweet. Are you want these? Are you want these? Are you want these? Oh man. I need arm defense as well.
Yeah, it's super warm and it's very handy in combat.
Should I just go Iron Man?
30 seconds. Stay strong. You guys are the coolest.
This team will
I always thought
have
so.
the most
Now let's kick some butt, shall we?
inconsistent heals, but even that
Being able to understand
shouldn't
animals.
matter.
I wish I could do that. Yeah, all you have have to do is listen.
Okay.
They really hate Doom.
Oh no, Dave.
Anybody like Doom? He's such an ego.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh. Yeah,
You
bring,
have to
give
stop them
back.
from securing the mission area. Get right.
Tandy needs help.
Give Jiv back. Bring Jiv back. I wouldn't mind losing if we have a death.
I like the cold.
Ah. I'm glad they don't have any flying shit. Oh, wow. Bye-bye, Tap.
I appreciate you.
That one hurts.
Time to go nuts.
Bye. Oh.
Double kill.
That was an accident.
Squat power.
Up under the nose.
I'm opening
Hey!
a portal.
Hi, Loy. Mudgoldfish,
They're
hi.
teleporting. They're teleporting. They're gonna be behind us.
Ah, that's okay because I have
Come
my
back.
ult.
Ooh, I'm energized.
I've spotted them.
Co-op time.
Us against the world!
Oh, he said guard my rear. He said guard my rear, guys. Oh fuck, no. He said guard my rear. How am I supposed to concentrate on that?
I don't have to be center stage.
Over here. I'm
He
not
said
done
guard
this
my
fight
rear.
yet.
How am I supposed to concentrate? Bruh, no, wait.
Grand finale.
Wait, oh, we're going in?
Everybody go.
I think that's a bad idea. I don't think...
By the eye of Agamotto!
You need to stop that vehicle.
Yeah.
In its tracks. Time to go.
Oh shit! What the fuck? I wanna see.
Better stop that vehicle.
Bro, why does it go so far?
We're back, right, Tippy Toe?
Man, this bullshit.
Sorry.
You killed my sheep.
Together!
My
to victory!
favorite sheep.
Us against the world.
A nice deep freeze.
Wait.
Anything could hurt me.
Uh-oh, they don't look friendly. Time to go nuts. Stupid halfway! Stop them!
Brother, please. Oh, hi. Oh, she did. Oh.
That's 3.
I'm sorry. Wait, should I just break this part?
You stop them in their tracks.
We catching feces. You killed my sheep. My favorite sheep.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Nice.
They don't look friendly. That last acorn.
No. Take my nut. Wait, oh shit, wait.
Time to go nuts.
I honestly thought that was my teammate.
Oh, check this place out.
I'm opening a portal.
Wait, hold up.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, he's coming! She's coming! Oh.
I appreciate you.
Oh. Shiver me timbers. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, I thought that was... Oh, okay. I thought that's the... Was that the bug that they said we were gonna fix? That they didn't fix?
Hey, yay, team! Ooh, now that's snap.
Okay. Oh, they pulled out the Iron Man.
Stop them in their tracks.
No, no, no.
I'm energized. Ooh, a touch of healing.
There's no way I can hit him.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh my god. You're gonna pull us. Ooh, what is that?
Attack them here. Oh, now that. Come here. Let me help.
Oh, my bad. Okay, now I need to go. Punisher.
Against the world.
He's nooning.
Down to 30
I'm
seconds.
nooning. Hi, Blue Cookie. Oh no.
We're almost there.
Oh.
Don't give up. I suck.
Battlefield ready again. Smoke up.
Bruh. Oh my god. I hate this.
Final 10 seconds.
Better channel, Mike.
That is down that vehicle. Double KO.
I gotta
No
do it.
chance to stop them.
I gotta do it. I gotta do it.
Fighting until we have a winner.
Fast! Grace us with victory!
Extermination!
Exterminate. Exterminate.
Fear Magneto! Come on, you gotta get up.
Brother, please.
By the eye of Agamotto!
I did not even live. I walked in. I'm not.
Sorry, soldier.
God dang, brother.
Us against the world.
Oh, they got off. They got off of that stupid thing.
I'm the
Wait.
Fist of Khonshu, protector of the overnight travelers.
Okay. Bro, please, please.
Fast! Grace us with victory!
Okay.
Rise and fall. Love battlefield.
Okay.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
I don't even know what to play now.
Khonshu, watch over me. Rise and fall.
Only 60 seconds left. A nice deep.
I'm not even touching anyone.
Extermination!
Don't mind me. You're welcome.
Oh, what the fuck?
A gift from Khonshu.
I don't want to use my ult on this guy.
Down to 30 seconds.
This was Khonshu's will.
Fast! Grace us with victory!
Oh!
I like the cold. The final 10 seconds.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The moon
against the world.
haunts you!
The wounds are gone. Thanks.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Rise and fall. Strange is teleporting around. Watch out.
Someone scratch my back.
Much obliged.
I like the cold.
He's mine. He's mine. Get your fat ass out of the face. Get your. Wait, who the fuck is here?
Gotta get free.
I can't hit. I can him. You kidding?
Thank you very much.
Extermination!
The runes are gone.
What extermination? What does extermination do?
By the eye of Agamotto! Fear Magneto!
Oh, okay.
Fast! Grace us with victory!
What the fuck is this? I'm impressed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Vengeance is mine.
I want to be Moon Knight and ever again. Never again.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Eat nuts and kick butts.
Wait, should I just go? Oh, they banned it. Never mind. Yippee! Random bullshit. Let's go. Yeah.
Two. This is Tippy Toe, and she has the powers of just a regular squirrel.
A regular squirrel.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Nova. Wait.
No need to get your fancy claws dirty, Your Highness. I got
Nova,
this.
come.
There are few hunters who can
Lay.
match my ferocity, Logan.
Big talk. You think you can back it up?
I scared.
I would bet my empire on it.
I know. Invincible.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
I sent Nova a message, guys.
All you need to do is capture the missionary. Got it? I appreciate
Rude.
it. Hey, I bet I can help with the time-fixing thingamajig. Maybe I'll ask Tony next time I see him. Oh, now that's a snap.
Oh, I came back.
Oh, now that's a snap.
God dang. How the hell is it reaching from here? Like, all the way from Narnia.
I'll patch you up.
Oh, that hit.
Hey, check out this big acorn. Oh, now that's a snack.
Oh, man.
I appreciate you.
Okay.
Time to go nuts.
Thank you very much.
Hey, check out this big acorn.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Oh, now that's a snack.
Wait, who the fuck? Is somebody over there?
Hey, Dee, enjoy the amplifier.
Oh, now that's a snack.
Oh no. Ah!
Judge!
Bro. Nova! Rescue me, please, Nova!
We're back, right, Tippy Toe?
I don't know. I mean,
Biological life is obsolete.
okay, what button is it?
It's the grand finale.
Wait, how do I?
By the eye of Agamotto!
I have finished the job for you. Systems ready.
Fear Magneto!
Go, my children.
Double KO.
Go, my children! Go!
Why would I need healing?
Go, my children! Okay, wait. I need to put it on. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna leave it on Luna. Wait.
Make yourself useful. Wish to survive, you must prepare.
A nice deep freeze.
Energy levels rising. Extermination! Extermination!
Judge! Jury!
I have finished the job. Embrace perfection.
Hey, Dee! Enjoy the amplifier! You guys ready to overthrow a king? Let's do this.
You would have failed without me.
Come on, let's go. Oh.
I'm still warming up.
The virus takes hold.
A nice deep freeze.
Yo, someone push start, bro. Someone push start.
You're welcome.
Oh my god. I was about to say a real bad word, man.
I like the cold.
You would have failed without me.
I was worried.
We deliver this to Null, he's done for. Fucking nasty.
Don't turn back now.
I've eliminated their pathetic excuse for a sniper.
Pathetic. You're pathetic. Pathetic. So, an interesting announcement came out recently. The Division 2 is a big update. Follow with concept art. Oh my god. We gotta play. We gotta play, man.
By the...
Dumbass.
I have finished the job for you. There's art in order. Extermination!
Oh, we won.
Final score.
Yeah.
3-2-2.
Exterminate. 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 Seasonal setting update. Ooh, that's cool. That is cool. Uh-oh. Hi, Saucy. Oh my god, I level up. Wait, has Nova said anything? Is it? I will gotta do stinking chore first. Get a slave to do that. Hi. Just get a house of duh. Yeah. Oh wait. And then want to have fun songs made out of your voice. Out of my voice? Nova sent me a link. Let me see. Hold up. It's about they're looking for voices, and they're gonna make the voices sing. Oh, wait, are we supposed to sing? Jeff, Mod, and Mickey. Oh, Friday Night Funk. And the voices of characters from the... Okay. This is no longer... Oh. I don't know what it is. Should I do it, guys? Oh my god, now I actually played Raveled. I can't understand what's going on. You know, I saw you got an achievement. You're doing so well. I'm proud of you. Well, okay, what? Okay, I want to see. What is this? From where is it? Yeah. Okay. I don't want to get in trouble. Oh wait, it doesn't matter. I won't get in trouble. What is this? What is this? I don't know. Okay. Nova, get an elf. Get an elf. Played 14 hours already. I think I have far too many hours. Oh wait, I got an achievement? Achievement? Me? Oh my god. Oh my god. Me? Achievement? Wait. Oh, that's the only one in hell. Wait, am I cute? Yeah, I'm cute. At 82. Okay. Use 2 sprays. That's fine. Luna. Okay. Jeff? My name's Jeff. Should I go Jeff, guys? No, Jeff. A winter breeze of snow is an apocalyptic route of New York. Every pandemic destroyed society. Very moody setting and tone.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Gosh, it has a story mode, right? I want to be Squirrel Girl. Let me be Squirrel Girl. Everybody pick Squirrel Girl.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
She cute. Get flying. Oh, wow. We voted for the same thing. That's crazy. Are they gonna go Spider-Man? Are they gonna go on Namor? I don't know. He has 4 ears. Wait. Oh shit, yes he does. Oh. Lol, they left. Never mind.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
That is basically a mix of that Ninu have 4 ears. Yes. That gives me ear side. I can locate. I can locate. Locate location. Damn, I'm not going to go on. Use the right way. Nope.
Round 1, go!
It appears some time
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Different version of me.
Oh my. OMG, you are the cutest shark ever. Look at those little feet.
Not a loss, dingus.
I know, And sharks aren't supposed to have feet. And no, you can't eat the
It will cancel.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
This person doesn't know what they're on about.
2, 1. All you need to do is catch the missionary.
Bro, what does he mean cold? What do you mean?
I'm just dying.
You dumb.
My light cannot be stopped.
Okay, I actually fell for that though. Wait, can I climb walls? Can she climb walls? Wow.
You're mine. That's better. What a disgrace.
What did you wait?
I'm...
Healing magic.
I'll patch you up.
Nah! No way you joined in, you motherfucker.
That's what I need.
Bruh.
I'm back.
No way!
Mind, body,
Please cancel
and
this
soul.
game. No way you're coming back. No way.
I've done things
Cancel.
I regret.
I swear to God.
Now
I swear
do
to God.
things
I
can
am.
be proud of.
I'm gonna leave. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
My friends are here!
I was not playing to win.
Time for some fireworks.
Us against the world!
That topped me off. Thanks.
Bro, please leave. Don't come back. Please cancel the game. Please cancel game.
It's party time!
This is real fire!
Wait, what the fuck did I miss him?
Guys.
Hey, Teeny! Enjoy
That's
the
fun.
amplifier!
Fire mode!
Please go away. Please cancel game.
This is gonna hurt.
Please cancel game.
Plasma!
Another one bites the dust. That topped me off. Thanks.
Wait, how do I do the thing? How do I do the thing?
Namor's brought in some reinforcements.
Don't mind
My favorite time!
Bro, please.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, he's dead.
She's here.
Please, I don't want to play this. This is
Against the world!
bullshit.
That topped me off. Thanks.
Why the hell is she? Oh, why the fuck are they going through the floor? Is it me or did they just? Okay, I think I'm just blind.
30 seconds.
airstrike! You're welcome!
You suck.
This is...
A whole bunch of paper.
Final 10
It
seconds.
was operational again.
Bro, like, why? Why? I want to cry.
My favorite
Hey,
time!
Teeny! Enjoy the amplifier!
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly.
My friends are here! Sorry, guys.
That topped me off. Thanks.
Us against the world!
How do I? What's my fuck?
Widow's fight.
It's party time!
You're not worth
Oh my god.
The current score is
This is stupid.
2.
Why did he come back? You should have just left.
Time to switch things up.
Also, I'm gonna
Which
go Nick.
side you're on.
Stepping out of the shadow.
The right heroes could make all the difference. Eat nuts and kick.
Man, we wasn't even trying in the beginning because we knew you weren't gonna fucking join, but then you joined.
Oh my god.
Round 2. Go! I do still kind of
We
have
were
a crush on
waiting.
Wolverine.
We were waiting for to fucking disconnect. Oh my god.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
You kids should stay out of this.
It's our world too.
Ugh. No.
Need some ranged firepower. Got your back.
No. No.
The battle starts in 5.
We weren't even trying.
2, 1.
It was GG 10 years ago.
Securing the mission area. I beat Dr. Doom once and I'll do it again if he gets in my face. Oh, now that's a snack.
Somebody got kidnapped, man.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Get him, squirrels! Time to go nuts.
Bro, I don't see this guy. How the fuck is he getting away with this malarkey?
My animal pals are way cuter.
Is he back again?
I'm hulking out.
Oh my god.
What do you think you're going? I appreciate you. Sorry, calamari.
Oh my god. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? Guys. Try to not get tilted.
Back, right, tippy toe?
Try not to get tilted, achievement. Hi, Tesna.
Thanks, Namor. Now I can never eat sushi again. Ooh, I'm energized.
Also, what idiot?
Spider mode. Get him,
Stupid.
Do the job.
Oh, now that's a snap.
Let myself
Oh man.
Against the world.
My way.
This is real firepower!
Oh man. This is stupid. Oh god. This is actually stupid.
Us against the world.
Back into action.
Oh my god. I can't swear.
I've got yours.
I can't swear.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh my god, I just got here, please.
I am
Oh my god, this is so stupid.
I unleash the Vishanti power.
Oh my god.
We're back, right, tippy toe?
Open it.
Only 60 seconds left.
Your devotion to Namor sealed your fate.
I'm gonna die here. Do we have one support? Oh no.
Get ready to defend.
Oh! Really?
Final score 0-2.
Oh my god, I can't. Shouldn't have came back.
Well,
came like the last minute as we were about to be disconnected. Like, what is that bullshit? Is Nova playing yet? Is Nova still doing chores? Oh man, hi Cryptic. Who this? Stuffy! Oh my god, hi. I added you. Yikes, double it. Ugh, your mom. Your mom. Your mom and a half. Oh, also, what is our team? Hi. What's our team name? Is it Nino and our pets? Cause that's what I call the chat, the group chat. I hope they went with that. I hope. Wait, I should have avoided that guy. That guy was a stinker.
What do you think you want to be today?
Please, convoy. Let me be school
Eat
girl.
nuts and kick butts. Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Get rid of him.
Good morning, everyone. How y'all doing?
Wow. Coffee.
Enough bro enough
tweet clack 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 enough tweet bro enough tweet enough tweet clack 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 tweet clack clack
L Ninunivet, we Ninunivet, BR, LBR, LBR, L 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 Ninunivet, we queet, clack, 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 queet, clack, 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 the Ninunivet, we queet, BR, LBR, 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 L queet, BR, LBR, 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 L queet, BR, LBR, 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 L Ninunivet, we Ninunivet, BR, LBR, LBR, L Ninunivet, BR, LBR, LBR, L Ninunivet, BR, LBR, LBR,
Wait,
L
what's going on?
Ninunivet,
Is she
BR,
dead?
LBR, LBR, L.
Oh my god, coffee. Ninu Nivet, BRL, BRL, BRL.
Want Emma or Spring?
First on my powers, they were
Up
like,
Spooderman.
a squirrel, and now they're like,
People think you're too skinny to be strong, but you're strong.
Hey, there are people who think I'm as strong as you.
I think they're running a Luna. Is that a Luna trail I saw? Yeah, there's a Punisher for sure. The Spidey. They're running Spidey.
Oh.
And Penny. They're minding the front door.
4, 3, 2.
They're minding the front door.
Those guys are about to shoot at us.
Help get that vehicle to
There's a
its
fist.
destination.
Fist.
Fairy tale. Complete with an eating center. Oh, now that's
Okay.
a snack. 9th place. Hey, folks. I've watched so many fights. Where do you think you're going?
Come here, ladies.
I appreciate you. Get 'em, squirrels!
I got stuck.
Hey, check out this big acorn.
Legs were stuck. Wait, who's in the back? I don't know who did.
Hey, check out this
Spider-Man, watch out!
My
Spider on spider violence.
Time to go nuts.
Oh.
This is real firepower!
Come here. Oh, I missed. Wait, what the fuck? I flew.
Strange made a big mistake.
Hey, check out this big acorn.
My favorite time! Judge, jury, executioner!
Keep going.
Hey, where's
Down
the
healer.
Let's save that
Pretty
tree,
dead.
tippy toe. Let's get out of here. Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Title suggestion: Marvel Pro 360 no scope torch only any percent world record rivals.
Keep up the momentum.
Go for it.
Kill your Hulk. Kill your Hulk. Okay. Good. Thank you.
You squirrel girl, man.
I am ready to put on a show.
Wait, who the hell is up here?
Behind.
Oh, now that's a snack.
I will get you, sir. I will get you.
I appreciate you.
Okay, I guess I'm not gonna get him. You stink. Oh, I got him. Where the hell is this Punisher? Oh, he's sitting there. Holy smash.
I'm not done with this fight.
Co-op time.
Oh, hey there. I've got Spider on standby. It's Spider time!
I'm gonna be playing with big kids.
By the eye
Oh,
of
you kidding?
Otto, executioner!
Oh god. Oh, hi.
This is real
Oh
firepower!
god, okay. I don't want to be there. You don't want to be there too. We don't want to be there.
I'm counting on you, friends.
I'm moving to Emma. I think more direct fly damage directly to the forehead.
Are you kidding me? I missed. Your honor, I missed.
We better speed up or that tree's gonna be all grown up.
What? Of all people, why is he going for me? Like, that's a wrong person.
Just like mine. Track this enemy.
Hey, team!
Hey, folks.
Enjoy the amplifier!
Coming at ya.
Welcome to Rocket's Tree Service.
Wait, where is this?
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh man.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
Welcome to the dark.
Wait, something bang? Nice fucking friends.
This is real firepower!
It's Spider time!
Oh golly gosh.
Let's pop back up under their noses.
You're going.
Fire bombs?
You can turn the baby
We gotta. Houston, we gotta.
Stay 3 on point so we can push this shit.
I honestly don't know why he's like going for me. Like, I'm not the target. He's supposed to go for tanks because he's a tank killer.
I appreciate you. Where do you think you're going?
I have a feeling this guy has a noise. He's moving very suspiciously. Oh.
These spiders are cute, but deadly.
Oh, wait.
Almost there. Don't turn back now. Turret, you're squirrely dude.
Judge, jury, executioner!
The vehicle
Oh,
reached its
we got him.
checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Hey, check out this big acorn. Honestly, raccoons shouldn't carry guns. Oh, it's been howdy.
Howdy. I'm good. I'm pro now. I'm on the big kid club.
No, spiders don't go down this easy. Can sometimes. Or a dagger. Oh, now that's snap.
Is he going? He's going up here.
Follow the enemy.
Top left, top left.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your
Oh,
way.
I died. I have daged.
No eyes.
There just won't be one copy of Junkrat though. She is. But I'm not really good at Junkrat. Oh, wait.
Only 60 seconds left.
I just looked away. And yeah, I lost my way.
Spider mode.
Yeah. She doobie. Stooby doo.
Co-op time. You get a web and you get a web.
It's spider time!
Oh, okay. I don't have to ult or anything.
So close! This is your big chance! Down to 30 seconds! Oh, now that's
This is real fire power.
No, Judge Jerry.
Score is
In
3,
execution.
2,
Kneel,
0.
peasants.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
This in there.
Eat nuts and kick butts. The right heroes could make
Maybe
all the
because I
difference.
stunned her. Maybe I stunned her. Wait, is it pet? Pinu? 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 Oh, also guys, look at the fish, our fishy place. It's pretty.
I'm going to go strange and portal first death.
Hello, my name's Doreen Green, and it makes me sad when people don't listen to animals.
Understandable, sir. Understandable. Fishies. Yeah, we have like sakura trees.
Stay strong.
And like pink things in the
I'm
order.
impressed, kid. That's some serious tech you're wearing there.
It's more than just a suit of
jellyfish.
armor. Spiders make
Oh wait, we have money, so that means we can actually buy things.
That tree is a flora colossus.
But maybe we need more
and
money.
his name is
I don't know, maybe we need more money.
The battle starts.
But it's so
in 5,
pretty.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I think it was an achievement.
You need to stop
Is that
vehicle
Cap?
in its tracks. So,
Doing
this is
thing.
where the Viking gods live?
That was a choice.
Glad I brought my armor. Where do you think you're going? You can return the favor anytime.
There's someone in our back line.
Oh, fuck.
Just broke my beacon. Sell out.
I'll patch you up.
I appreciate you.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so cool. An axolotl.
Okay, that's my death.
An
I am portaling in.
Double KO. Come again.
An axolotl. That's so cute. You're pretty.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
We died.
Better stop that vehicle.
Uncle.
There's still a chance to stop them. Where do you think you're going? Time to go nuts.
Are you sure about this?
I appreciate you.
Third one.
Hello, happy to chip in. Disappear!
Oh. What? I don't see where he is. Where the fuck is he?
How did we all just get wrecked on that one too?
The wounds are gone.
Thanks. Okay.
We're back. Right
Muna
to
is
go.
actually doing the work.
It's a squirrel, not
What a poop head.
Emma Frost.
Back
Hey.
on.
No introduction.
We were doing it. We saved it.
The moon
No! The moon!
Us against the world. Time to go.
Wait, what the fuck? How many?
I appreciate you.
Scratch my back.
Oh shit.
clobbering time!
That's snap. Hello, happy to chip in.
The dragon.
Alright. Oh, hi. Shit, I almost died. I scared. I can get this health back.
Woo, I'm feeling good. He's
Take
stuck in
this.
the
Wait,
tracks.
it just disappeared? There we go.
I found them.
Oh, I think. I think that's gonna be.
Help. So close.
I'm
Blind.
Be careful here.
Only
Yo,
60
where's my
seconds left.
acorn?
Assemble! These guys are about to shit out of here. Mind me. I'm just dying.
Time to go nuts.
Okay, somebody go.
Disappear! Spider mode!
You're welcome.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
Oh gosh.
Can someone please Victor it?
Hello, happy to chip in.
Oh baby.
That last acorn's a doozy.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No panic.
The final 10 seconds.
Somebody up there.
Welcome.
She's gonna ult.
Time to go nuts. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh, I love a shield.
Good work, kid.
Final score 3-2-0.
Nigga, we did it. Oh wait, what happened? Wait, you changed it? Guys, guess what? I think Yo, what the fuck? Okay, well, I mean, true, my face is. Also, how come? Wait, how did you change it back? How did you change it back? Bring back the cool place. Bring back the cool place. How do you bring it back? How do you bring it back? Bring home back. No. Wait. You. We're winning. Wait. Oh my god, guys, look. I got this for Fable. And then I can't wait to get this. I want to get this. I want to get it for Fable. I'm doing it all for Fable. I'm doing it for Fable. The general is a random event or an item you can buy. Sure, Fable. I do it for Fable.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Fable. What do you mean? I did it for Fable. Working for Fable makes sense.
I got a badge for this match.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, we do everything for Fable. Whoa, they banned Panther. That's interesting. Why? What's the? What did it? Are they just playing with my head, right? They just. What about this guy? He's annoying. What? I don't get it.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Oh wait, I can go Ultron.
I am beyond my pitiful creator. I am beyond.
Wait, did he say creator? No, he said creator. I got pink Venom just for you. I got pink Venom just for you, Fable. I got pink Venom. He's definitely didn't mispronounce cool.
Today, the age of Ultron.
30 seconds before you attack.
Creator. He's a bot, that's what.
Well, there's my favorite life-hating robot egomaniac.
And you are my favorite stinking obsolescent flesh bag.
Wait, stinking obsolete?
Today.
Wait, what the what? Wait, what?
The battle
Tank
starts in 5,
Venmo.
4,
Tank Venmo.
3, 2, 1.
Mommy?
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I can do some amazing stuff. I should enjoy this.
I'm hurt. Thanks so
The
much.
virus takes hold. Those beings appear to be hostile.
Can someone exterminate these robots?
A nice deep freeze.
Are all those little robots gone now?
Wish to survive, you must prepare.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I was fine, but thank you.
I have finished the job for you. Go, my children.
Stupid Spider-Man. That's why they banned that's why they banned Panther, huh? Thinking that they weren't gonna play flankers.
Hella up top, just sniping everyone.
I see what you did, bro.
Life forms. Why should you not?
Please don't let me die. Thank you.
Observe this zone closely.
Thank you.
A nice deep freeze.
You owe me now. Quite an upgrade. Repairs are in order.
Why is she here? Why is she here? Why is she allowed to do that? What the fuck?
I am fundamentally immortal.
Luna in the back line for some reason.
Bro, this hella is slobbing on it, bro.
Where is she now?
I don't know. She was on top and just.
There's no way. That.
Are you okay with the?
There's no way. Don't let. Oh my god. I'm gonna. Oh my god. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine.
Alright, they got a group.
You get a weapon. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
Quite an upgrade. Enhanced defenses.
Glory is almost yours.
I swear to God, guys. I'm not gonna chase that.
The virus takes hold.
Bro.
That one hurts. I am ready to put on a show. You'll have fun fighting until we have a winner.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Make yourself useful.
Stupid ass, stupid monkey. Yeah, how did that feel, stupid ass?
Not the Spider-Man solo.
I thought we were done for with the Spider-Man solo ult.
Bro, that Spider-Man literally solo ulted me.
I was built in humanity's image. Now I shall erase it.
Yeah, I had no idea.
They might be low-key throwing.
No,
They're
they
just
making
giving
me
us this
tilty.
round, they're that good.
Get ready.
They're making me tilty.
Well, if Strange can be Sorcerer Supreme, I think I'm gonna shoot for Scientist Supreme.
Okay, but I don't think that's a real thing, Tony.
Hank Pym
Is
says it
Ninu
is.
cooked?
Hank Pym gets all his news from insects.
I
Just
don't know,
saying,
bro.
I'm an arachnid.
The battle starts in 5.
You pissing me off?
3
Is what I can say.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It is in the interest of all mutants that we succeed this day, and so we shall. Ah, here they are now. Ah, much
Wish to
better.
survive, you must repair me. Quite an upgrade.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Wait, what the fuck?
The mission area is yours.
This is real firepower!
I am ready to put on a show.
Bro, how?
New physical chassis online.
This game really is shit. This game is shit, man. This game is shit. No.
Control lost.
Embrace perfection.
Did it hit the spot? Watch out, they're headed our way.
Ultron virus reinforcement. Systems rebooting. This is my unnatural selection. Quite an upgrade.
You get a weapon, you get a weapon, you get a weapon. Hell unleashed!
Focus Ella.
This is my unnatural selection.
I feel like myself again.
Pulse charge, fire!
Extermination! Drone strike complete. Not bad, Stark.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Embrace perfection.
This is real firepower!
That's the boost I needed.
Embrace perfection. So much for your claims that mutants are the peak of evolution.
Back up.
This hell is on dick.
Yeah. Gonna try to target her with cap.
Systems rebooting.
Because you're struggling. So.
Let's see how they feel about this.
Cosmic rays didn't make me who I am today. My family did.
The rodents be.
I am ready to put on a show.
Wait.
This place is worth a good look.
There's no way she's
Invisible?
Is she?
Feeling fantastic.
Oh, fuck off. Yeah, why you real? my god. Yeah, leap point cap. I don't know what he's supposed to do.
Even when the multi... I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
I just... go Loki.
I am... Without chaos, life becomes a predictable...
30 seconds before you
Barbecue? No, I'm not cooked, guys. No, they just...
Look at
like,
us.
what the fuck?
We practically match.
Like, they clicked something stupid.
Tour, darling. Designed by Jumbo Carnation
What
himself.
who are you calling?
Oh,
Ghostbusters.
my costume just kind of came with my powers.
And I'm practically seething inside about how good it looks.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? But that one, not so much.
I too am a son of Odin.
This
It's fine.
nightmare has Zola's
I'm not
fingerprints
mad.
all over it.
I'm okay.
The more the merrier. Healing for my friends.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. I found you!
Suppose that helped.
The more
Mission area is yours.
Excellent teamwork.
Cut my life in 2 pieces.
the foe is here.
This is where
Us against the world! You owe me one.
Lights out.
Your amplifier failed, Rodent. And so shall
My
you.
My turn. Thanks.
That's the boost I needed.
Don't let the kid escape!
Outnumber you. You are restored.
Look over here.
You have my full support.
I appreciate you.
Oh boy.
Punch the adversary. I have many faces.
Behold! You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. You belong to me!
Get in there.
Us against the world!
Less than even the more the
Together
merrier.
to victory! I'll be shipshape in no time.
You have my full support. I have many faces.
The area is almost yours! Maybe don't spot bad guys. There they are! I am ready to put on a show!
I was fine. Thank you.
Yeesh.
I am a true team player.
You get a web! You get a web! And you get a web! Your powers are mine! Helen!
Yeah, get your ass out of my face. Stupid. I didn't like them. I didn't like them.
Epic victory! Big win!
Ba-ba, ba-ba. Has Fable said anything? Anything? Did she say anything? Oh. Yeah, if Fable did, guys, I don't think Fable likes my... She doesn't... Oh, wait. Yay! Guys, no way she's gonna come and join me. Okay. Let me. I'm gonna go Nova. I'll just call her. Wait, I'm sure? Wait. I just call this. And nobody getting pancakes, guys.
Jashapka asked me, what would Ninu do if her imaginary significant other got a spider bite in a very private area?
Wait,
oh,
what?
darling, if Ninu's imaginary significant other got a spider bite in a delicate area, I'm sure they'd whip out their Dorcas vibes and go full chaotic nurse mode. Picture them flailing around, internet diagnosing with dramatic flair, thinking it's the next Spider-Man origin story or something goofy like that.
Oh my
Work,
god.
Work, work. Chaos reigns with a side of, where's the fun in playing fair? Vibes. Arty, us.
Yeah, no one's there. I just called a group chat. You can just join whenever, okay? Oh my god, that is actually funny. Guys, I want the nice cool pink place again. I want the cool cute place. How do we get it? How do we get it? How do we get it? You in the shop? Wait, let me make the shop big so I can see too. Yeah, like a new biome. I don't think. Sushi, fortune rod, ticket. Ticket? Where does that ticket take you? Item net, shiny lure. Wait, are there another page? Let me see. Where's a shop by? Shop. Wait, is that all there is? Use this first. Lies. I think it's on another page. It doesn't look like there's another page to it from the thing I can see. Hold up, maybe. Oh no. What if I accidentally reset my thing? Oh! Wait. Wait, we have things in our bag. Wait, check our bag. Wait! Items! What the hell? Yeah, I brought a rod. Oh, we can use it. Oh, I see. Wait, did you just buy it now? Item 6 is the
Malakan Rebel asked me, give me 3 reasons Ninu is not cooked right now. 1. Ninu has mastered the art of going from 0 to chaos in seconds.
That is true.
It's their natural state, not cooking. Warp. 2. The streamer is fueled by sheer will, sarcasm, and Dorcas vibes, which might look like they're cooked, but nah, just vibing. 3. Cooking implies a process. Ninu skips steps in true, where's the fun in playing fair fashion?
That's also
Worry more about them torching the Marvel Rivals game instead.
A lot of people are there as it increases the legendary catch. How many people want to fish? 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 You know, never cooking, just always cooked. It's a state of mind. Mind a state. State of mind. Oh wait, hold. We've been trying to get this right. Green skin. Yeah. A butt blogger. I wonder what they blog about. I wonder what they blog about. Butt blogger. Daddy's good
Which
boy.
you do you think you want to be today?
I wanna be. Good. Okay, I wanna be. I wanna be
We
chill.
are cloak and dagger. I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I think you should banish flying poopy heads. Get rid of flying poopy heads. Yeah, let me fish. Next. I want to fish. Wait, hold on, I just realized. Oh, what you realize? Yeah, you got a goldfish. What you realize? Ban Groot? But what about Spooderman? I don't like Spooderman. I fish when I fish. Those pancakes, you didn't cook them. Pig me. Of course, never my roommate. Dang, people!
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Why ban? Oh, good. Cause Nova is a safety hazard to herself. A safety hazard. Oh no. No. It would be an incident of national security if I was cooking. Oh no. Ninu, what? Ninu is a hazard mate? No.
As bad as things get.
Oh wait. What does he say? What does he say?
30 seconds before you attack.
Oh, what is?
Even the astral realm.
When he what does he say?
The tide stream entanglement.
Oh, what is his voice line?
Put them back together, you and me.
I like your
Go back stateside. Wait, what did he say? Step to we got a big thread. Nova's cooking.
In 5, 4,
Nova,
3,
start cooking.
2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Enemy in front of us. I am strengthened for battle.
That one hurts. I like the cold.
I was fine. Thank you.
Mom.
How? You're frozen.
Oh, he did.
Grow up. I like the cold.
Is this what I've been reduced to? Escorting ghosts?
You're halfway there. Keep
I don't see you, woman.
Suppose that helps.
Glow up.
Where's my? Oh, there it is.
Almost there. Don't turn
Oh,
back
he
now.
dead.
Feeling stronger already.
I like the cold.
I am strengthened for battle.
Need some help.
This is real firepower! Your god is suffering.
Oh, shiver me timbers. I saw him die.
Moving again.
I suppose that helped.
Bro, fucking heal me.
Shout out.
You did get healed. You just shit.
Our time grows short. Hurry.
Never miss.
I like the cold. Us against the world! There they are. I am ready to put on a show! It's okay, admit it. You need me.
Brother.
I found one of our critics.
I still rule you.
Do a girl like a girl. I like the cold.
Stop now. Cheap tricks, wizard. We're rolling. Hang in there, big tree.
Be strong together.
Are you winning?
Priceless.
Yes, no. Yeah, I am. I don't know. I don't know.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Little bro is just getting mad because his bad positioning. Like that.
I suck.
I am strengthened for battle.
I was worried.
Almost bowed out.
Grow up. Immortal chill. It's okay. Admit it. You need me.
Oh my god.
Low-key gone? Surely he'll be back.
Nah.
A nice deep freeze.
This is real firepower! Woo! I never miss.
It's the grand finale.
Yo, can we like please push up? I swear I've died like 20 times. I'm not even out of fucking position. I'm literally standing like on point.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Loki, I'm gonna need you to stop dying, bro. That's 4 deaths on Loki. One of the most survivable fucking. Yo,
Oh my
what
god.
the fuck are we doing, bro?
These guys need to shut these whore mouth.
I am strengthened for battle.
That one hurts. A nice deep freeze.
Just what the doctor ordered.
It's okay. Admit it. I am ready to put on a show.
He said push up. Where is he? Oh, there he is.
Hell unleashed!
I was fine, but thank you.
A nice deep freeze.
Halfway there. Keep going!
Thanks so much. I found one of our critics.
Almost bowed out.
Ah!
To me!
By the eye of Agamotto! Good medicine.
Do a girl like a girl.
Ah!
I don't have to be center stage. Against the world!
I'm in the game. I'm in the game. I mean, I'm stuck.
Straight on till Yggdrasil. Ice chi.
I unleash the Vishanti's power!
A nice deep freeze. It's okay. Admit it. You need me.
Armed and
No!
dangerous!
Stop! I can't die!
God, get
Why am I
it!
dead?
Armed and dangerous!
Double KO!
I don't think this guy was even aiming for me, man.
I can heal you.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
You should read what they did to Thor.
I still onward to the world tree.
What did they do? I am strengthened for battle.
Be your best self.
I have to reload.
The enemy awaits.
I mean, are we just only looking at the tanks?
I don't have to be center stage.
Almost bowed out.
Oh my god.
This is real firepower! Woo! Never
Strong
miss.
together.
The dragon unleashed.
If you peek and die, that's on you.
I still want you. Here's what the doctor ordered.
I was worried. We're finding our groove. I like the cold.
You belong to me! I'm used to fever drums counting.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Oh my god.
I'm opening a portal.
Are you winning?
Yeah, but my team's dumb. I was about to say the other word, but I didn't say it. I'm good.
Your god is hell unleashed!
I am ready to put on a show.
Okay, that is dumb of you.
Armed and dangerous!
Come on, kill me, guys.
Straight on till
Down to 30 seconds.
fear vessel. Us against the world. I was worried.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Nice.
The final 10 seconds.
Get this little guy. Get the kid.
Immortal chill. You'll have to keep fighting
Oh my god.
winner.
Oh my god.
The current score is
I'm not even having that. I've done so many times.
0.
Yeah, this
Time
guy
to
is just
switch things up, including which side you're on.
Yeah, he just yaps.
I'm Luna Snow.
Yep.
Like the moon,
Yep.
I shine in darkness.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
You die because of your stupid position.
Oh no.
You peaked.
We're not even in bad positioning. What are you guys fucking retarded?
It's easier being a superhero when you have the fame part figured out.
Wait, no. Are we like actually fucking retarded? I'm playing on fucking point in front of fucking LOS, and you guys are playing 20 feet behind a fucking wall. Hello?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Oh my god. I need to leave the voice. I'm gonna say a bad word.
Oh no.
An Agents of Atlas reunion
You can't
tour?
do that.
I don't know.
Oh man.
Maybe. But I've always preferred the cold.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'd be 40-0. Oh my god, shut your whore mouth. You keep peeking the superior Hawkeye.
Needed that boost.
I like the cold.
Almost fell out.
Ice chief.
I suppose that helped.
Oh man. I will not I will I'm just I left it. I'm not listening to that shit.
It's okay. Admit it. You need me.
Guys, if I was not streaming, I'll be giving this guy lip. The lip.
Liberty.
Need some help.
You are restored.
Thanks so much.
At last.
Ice chief.
It's in there. Heads up, bad guys.
They've made it half lane. Stop them.
Oh, you're gonna die, brother. Don't go that way.
A nice deep freeze.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Be right back while you finish that.
Us against the world.
I am strengthened for battle.
Oh, right now that movie's done, I can join the call.
Oh, hey. Oh, fucking hell. Oh my god, guys, please.
I love you, Ravi, if you can still hear me.
Nah, he's...
I'm hurt.
Are you winning, son?
No, these people... I left the voice. I left the voice because they were saying some shit.
Oh, were they talking about, like, how you were a woman, or was
No,
it
I didn't
worse?
say anything. They were like complaining about the heals, but then the I wasn't.
Agamotto!
Oh man, he did.
Yeah, I've been noticing that that's like a common thing in the voice chat. They're like, excuse me, are you DPS or are you healing? Like, where are my heals?
What am I supposed to do with dumb people? What do I do?
Well, I mean, you could, just, like, murder them, I guess. I don't know.
We didn't ask to be
I don't
heroes.
know.
Only 60 seconds left. Always answer the call.
Okay, let me...
Don't be stupid.
I'll try my best.
I mean, our teammate.
I know. I give hard time. Are you okay? Ice cream, please?
Oh!
Hi, Ravi.
Hello.
It's so lovely to see you. I'm so.
You can only hear me.
Okay, I don't think he heard us before he left chat.
I got you covered.
What?
Ah,
You were talking shit.
no, I wasn't. No.
I'm checking the stream.
No.
Why are not she shooting her? Like
You were talking shit.
Oh my god! What? What are you doing? Are they?
You died.
It's clear I'm still needed here.
Yeah, I died because team stupid.
Bring on the chaos.
Shields up.
Guys, I bought a skin.
There's a pink venom.
Oh, that's a good one.
Her skin.
Wait, which one's?
Anyone willing to help?
Check the new one, the summer one. Check the highlight intro that comes with it. It's just Coomer bait.
We have that skin, both.
Yeah, we have that skin. We had that skin before you.
I didn't spend real money on it.
I am ready to put on a
I got
show.
gifted it.
That's still real money.
Like I didn't. That enables me to have my lunar skin. Right. Ravi, I'm in a stream too, so you behave.
Oh,
You're saying that to me. Ninu's the one who's pissed off.
I did not say any bad word. I'll have you know. I'll have you know. I did not give them the lip. I held my tongue.
Against the world. Very impressive. Very proud.
Bring on the chaos.
Shields up. You belong to me. Fantastic.
This was the doctor order. Our enemies are near.
I did not get the magic skin yet, Avian. I haven't been on.
We've been playing Overwatch.
I haven't played Overwatch.
Clearly you needed some help.
By the eye of Agamotto! I unleash the Vishanti's power!
Disappear!
Bro, I can't do more than these. Kill him! Kill him! Oh my god.
Force burst. I got you covered.
Okay, you were just dumb. You didn't have to be there. You chose to be there. You're an idiot.
Clear the way. Only 60 seconds left.
I can't wait to see the archive. Don't show it to Fable. Don't show it to Fable.
Wait, which one?
He's getting... Well, he did a spicy art of Fable and Venom. And so now he's doing art of me with Gale from Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh no. She's not gonna be okay.
I think it'll be okay.
Never miss.
Oh, Fable
You will. She won't.
But no, Fable's not gonna be okay. I agree. This is why I can't tell her about it. Okay, guys.
I'm sending her a message right now.
No.
What is wrong with you?
I want to watch it happen.
No! Please, please. Oh my god. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill. Kill him!
I got you covered.
I would, but he's in Denmark.
What?
He's in Mongolia. You're wrong.
Oh, you're right,
Vortex field.
Stupid people.
Yo, Nunu, stop playing for your fucking life and actually fucking learn to heal. Holy fucking shit.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Did I not fucking leave? Did I not fucking leave?
No.
You left.
I thought I fucking left.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
You are dog shit. You peeked like an idiot. Oh my god. I can play Hawk better than you. I can't help.
Inu's yelling at children.
I can't help. What the fuck? That word is banned.
Whoa.
Stupid fuck. Oh my god.
Nino, you can't say that word.
It's okay. It's okay. This guy does not know how to play. He peeked. He saw the enemy. He literally saw the enemy Hawkeye ulting. And this motherfucker literally peeks. How stupid do you have to be? You're playing the same character. Oh my god. I can't help stupid people. I can't.
I played with a cute cat today.
Yeah, I saw.
Wait, can I see?
Oh
okay,
my
I
god.
posted a picture of a cute cat.
I like that he says he's not out of position. Dude, I can rewatch the shit. He was out of position 24/7. I even left my little star healing thing on him.
Do you need a break? Do you need to take a break for rivals, or are you
no,
good to keep playing?
I'm totally fine. I just need. This guy just needs to be lobotomized.
Damn.
He just needs to be lobotomized. As Hawkeye, no less.
I sent a picture of friend.
He's playing Hawkeye, and the enemy Hawkeye is literally aiming at him. So what does he do? Oh, I'm gonna literally shove my face right in there. No shit, you're gonna die. He's gonna shoot you in the head. How many times did he get shot in the head? Half of his deaths were... the Strange is just sucking his dick.
You guys like the cat?
Yes, that's cute.
Let me look at the cat, Robbie.
Cat's cute.
Thank you.
I just can't help stupid people. Stupid people can't be helped. Also, I thought I left the voice. What the fuck? I don't want to engage with... Oh my god. I don't want to engage with people with less than one fucking brain cell. Look at the flowers, Nino. Okay. I think all you did was mute. I muted myself? For fuck's sake. There's no way. Nova, get in the game. Get in the game, Nova.
I'm starting it.
Oh, Abion, are you playing? Since we have to, we're doing the competition tomorrow. You're welcome to join. I invited you. People whose IQ are measured with decimal points. Brother,
Where Nova?
I can't.
I am literally. I'm starting. I'm in the. I'm in the game. In the game.
He's in the game. You're streaming too, right?
Yeah, I was going to. I just like opened all the stuff, but then I opened the game because I was apparently being noticed. My absence was being noticed. I guess.
No, why are you not in the game? I'm joking. I'm joking. Like EA big.
I'm gonna throw hands, boy.
Man.
I'm gonna pull out the blicky.
Also, what? I want to see this guy's rank. Unless you want to bet his thing. What's his name? What was his name? They were a duo. Of course, they were sucking each other's dick. This guy is the. Let me see. What was it last season? How do I see it? Is it this? All he did was just touch Diamond. Oh, he got the Celestial. How many games did he play? There. Where's that stupid? Where's that stupid guy? Hi, Unity. Oh. I'm calm.
Okay, I'm just typing my title, and then when I press start, I can play a game.
Yay.
Okay.
I'm fine.
You're doing so good. You're doing so good, baby girl. Alright, I'm pressing start now, and I'm gonna knock on your stream. Or I can,
I can knock on it. I'm already there.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
I was already on your stream, though. I knocked on your stream.
God damn. Okay, you got me.
Oh. Start shooting chat. Okay.
Shoot chat. Man. No foul words have escaped my lips. Oh, wait. Let me get, Abion in the call.
Yes, sir.
Abion, you're not allowed to say any bad words. Like racial slurs.
Thank you for resubbing on my channel. Oh my gosh, thank you, Albion. Thank you for the resub.
Ryman hypothesis.
Tier 3. Oh my god.
Thank
you, sir.
Okay. Y'all ready?
My voice chat is on, guys. Oh, fuck.
I accidentally muted myself instead of leaving the chat. Can't believe it.
You're doing so good.
They didn't say anything.
Why
Also,
can you even mute yourself? Why is that an option?
I don't know.
Understand.
Also, like 37k heals.
I mean,
Like,
I don't know,
stupid.
man.
How many times did this guy die? Let me see. 12 deaths.
Oh, hey.
This other guy, and this guy that sucks his dick 6 times. Stupid.
We're off to a great start. Great start. Calm morning.
Just racial slurs. How about slurs generally? Oh
no. No.
Non-racial slurs. It's okay.
Hey, Nova.
Huh?
We have a fish game. Where's your fish game? Why can't we fish, Nova?
Because I'm running my VTuber model with rivals, and I don't think I don't like running too many things with rivals because it already gets pixelated if I move too fast. So.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, the high cryptic.
Nenu's fish game does look pretty pixelated.
That's true. That's true. You gotta see. Wait, did I get the seaweed?
Works.
You hate the seaweed. You hate the seaweed. You know? Oh yeah, I'm in 2K. I'm in 2K.
Oh, you're doing the experimental thing?
Yeah.
Why 2K? Oh.
Yeah.
2K P60.
Yeah.
Your poor CPU.
Oh, it's fine. My OBS is running at 4.8% CPU. But I enjoy my
Yeah, your
gameplay.
OBS is. But what about the game?
Oh, bro. Why are you here?
Alright.
Are you the strange?
Asking the real questions.
Are you the strange?
They have a Venom twerk emoji in game now?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I'm working on it.
I'm the Emma.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, you were cool. You were cool. I don't know if the strange was sucking the Hawkeye's dick, but the Hawkeye was garbage. He peaked every single time. He's
my duo!
Oh yeah, tell him. Tell that Hawkeye. Is the Hawkeye your duo? I am sorry for you. Tell him he's dog shit. Tell him to stop peaking. Tell him to stop being an idiot. No, the strange.
Okay, the strange. Okay. She was a little having some feelings about that Hawkeye.
Strange needs to calm his ass down too. He did well, but that fucking Hawkeye pissed me off.
Which hero do you think
I wasn't talking to your strange. He's like, I'm not getting healed. Bro, you're okay. I'm healing you. But I can't tolerate this stupid idiot. I can't stand him.
Now, who am I gonna banish?
I hope he
from this
dies.
match?
I hope he falls in the toilet.
Oh my god, not the toilet.
What are we banning?
Flying.
Okay.
Wait, that's Fable. That's Fable.
Holy shit. It
Fable? Wait, what?
Fabled fugitive. Oh man.
Oh, I see the username.
Yeah, I hope he uses the poop knife for his next
Wait,
meal.
somebody said to ban Penelope Parker?
Why?
Yeah, the hell, Iron Man would have been dead. Yeah, well, my bad. I mean, I saw it, but I just, like, didn't clock it.
Okay.
Nah.
That violates the Geneva Convention. No,
Pick your hero.
I'm still mad. Wait, I need to.
I'm not judging.
Okay.
I accidentally muted myself in that game. I'm so mad. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, they've
Wait, is this ranked?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is ranked.
Oh.
We just banned people. It's
Oh
ranked.
yeah, right. I forgot that was a thing.
That could mean anything. Proves nothing.
Hello.
Hello. And you go.
Hi.
Oh. Whoa! Everybody spoke at the same time. Take my extra spininess. Oh my god!
I banned Penelope.
30 seconds before you attack.
But little guy can help you.
Penelope Parker, that's her full government
Spare me your heroic platitudes.
She's got a middle name, you know.
If you will curb your cynical tongue.
A difficult bargain.
What's her fucking middle name?
Asgard needed new leadership.
I'm not gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell him.
I'm figuring out
Anything
pricing
got on
for
better armor.
Art Nova. Oh.
4, 3, 2, 1. one.
Let's go top right.
All you need to do is capture the mission
Nope,
area.
that's not what I'm paying. Okay.
I think we can
Yeah, I'm not pinging their game.
Honestly, I'd be surprised if good old Doomy isn't
Ping whatever you want, I guess.
super tiny.
I thought you said go top. Okay.
I did, but then it refused to ping it for some reason.
They're about to die.
Bye-bye.
Hey, yours.
Kill this flying guy. Made of fire.
You're welcome.
Ooh.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Avian!
Breaking the walls
Bye
down.
bye. Did we get the fire boy?
Stay on the point. No, we didn't. He's top right still.
Okay. Okay, we got that.
Nice. Side lock down.
Oh, nope.
You look to right.
Nope.
And this one, and this one, and this one.
Dead.
Nice. There's a wall in my way.
Oh, so many walls on point.
Okay, Fireboy is back.
Oh, no. Fireboy is on me.
Tanks are dead.
Me dead. Wait.
Ow.
Dead.
Oh, silent.
Fire guy low above.
Sonic one. Grab top left.
Down.
Oh, nice.
Sonic down there. Sonic coming.
Here comes trouble.
Jumping in.
I'm lost.
The more the merrier.
Hello?
I need to destroy this wall. Wait, is this wall destroyable?
Jumping through.
It's the same word. It means the same thing.
This is not a real word, I know.
I'm still upset.
Behind
Still
us.
behind us.
Behind.
Group dead. They have good ult, so
We
that's good.
captured more than half of the mission area. Keep
Focusing Ruby Fluid.
Ruby?
He's a top 500 score role player.
Ruby fluid. Is what he tried to say, I think.
Groovy.
The more the merrier.
That's a name and a half.
Pretty normal name.
That's all.
Oh
No.
This gives us infinite space, by the way. We have infinite aura.
Oh, their group switched to Emma.
We have infinite aura right now.
I like this guy's energy.
no. Yeah. He's chill.
Yeah, he's not like that whole guy. Oh yeah. Oh, the human strength.
Us against the world.
Nino has one character trait and it's hate.
No, she also has chaos.
Oh man.
Bye-bye, Sneaky.
What is that?
Oh my god, I can't aim for shit.
No! I wasted it.
Why are you aiming for shit?
Roll above.
The god of thunder.
Okay, wait.
You for them.
Nate.
Someone put the Jeff sleeping emote.
I got
I can't
you.
do it yet. I have it, I just can't do it yet. Hold on.
Wait.
Bro.
I don't know if I actually have it. Wait, did that come in the pack?
It was the Jeff emote pack, yes.
Okay, I have it.
Hit him. Oh no, you gotta do it.
We all put it in
Where's the
team
spam
chat.
Oh, we gotta do it.
Before you attack, get ready.
Impeccable vibes, team.
This changes
I don't show my face on Twitch
for what you have done.
but like it's a cat that bobs left and right.
Wait, you're also streaming?
Who doesn't stream, dude? This is 2025.
One slur and I get all three of you?
Point.
No, Robbie.
Broken said triple kill.
All you need to do
Oh,
is capture the mission
I'm
area.
getting MVP on this one.
I'm gonna give.
I need to get the rights to the Garnet saying don't be racist. From
Good luck to that.
You think they'd let me buy that?
I don't think they're gonna let you buy anything.
That's not what I was thinking, but
That's not the same meme.
But it is also what happened in my head just now.
Yeah, that happened in my head too. Oh, fine.
Oh, very good. Punish him on the back. Who the fuck back here, bro?
Wait,
Giannis?
oh, the thing skin. I haven't seen that one yet.
I got the thing skin. The thing skin.
She's low.
Thing is one. Oh god!
Oh.
Above Moon Knight.
I'm gonna
Ouchie!
jump this guy.
I'm coming.
Who the fuck?
Got him.
Where are you?
No, you didn't.
Oh, wait. Oh, no. Sorry.
Poor Moon Knight.
Punisher turret up above.
I killed him
down.
like 5 minutes ago. You're a little late to the party.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
that-
he killed my ass.
Yeah, that turret disappeared way
No, I
before
literally
you
walked
said
up,
it.
shot him once in the head, and kept going.
Yeah, that's because I hit him twice.
I'm sorry, I'm just bad.
That's right.
Is real firepower!
It's okay if you're bad. If you're bad, that means people on the baseline are good at I am.
Oh, I got eaten.
Bye, Nino. You moira.
Oh, you just murdered attack hella.
That's 3!
You deployed the attack
Flawless.
hella.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Jefferson!
Alright.
So what I'm doing to them feels like the social equivalent of a slur.
Hell yeah. Oh. You like that?
Oh my god.
Oh no.
All the elves outside of this spawn.
Oh no, I'm so scared. Enemy team has 3.
Oh, alright.
We are just built different.
I didn't know the game had that option.
It did.
This happened to me a couple times.
AC.
Oh my god, we're all Twitch streamers.
Who is streaming?
Cringe. Cringe.
My name.
I'm flat one. I'm flat one.
Nim Nim. Nim Nim. Nim Nim.
Alright. Good for you. Oh my god, I hate when people spam this shit in chat. No one cares. Go away.
You know, is echoing? Oh, I'm echoing in. Oh, yeah, because I.
Yeah, that makes
My
sense.
name is Jeff.
Wait, hold on. Let me
My name is Jeff.
I could mute Nino, but it just feels wrong.
No. I won't use the voice.
No, you should use the voice. It's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay.
I won't use it, guys.
No, Nino, please, please
they don't want to hear double me. I can't believe it. Chat doesn't.
Yeah, okay.
Chat hates me.
Chat, what the fuck?
Yeah, chat. Get rigged.
We hear a terrible echo. Lampy, why you gotta be using these adjectives?
Stop it.
Oh,
Don't
don't
be.
hate
We like that. Oh my god.
Pretty wonderful, Echo.
They have the venom actually. They have an actually venom emote. No way. That's
wait, there is one?
Yeah. The second achieve thing that you get.
I can get it, I just need to heal.
Actually. Looks just like Ravi.
Right.
But just black.
Maybe I am black.
Oh my
But
god.
the teeth are accurate.
Look
You
at the
face
ass
revealed
though.
to us though.
No.
You were egg. You were an egg.
He's egg.
A
Oh my
black
god.
egg.
Guys, look at this ass. Look at this ass. I got it for Fable. I'm gonna send it to her.
That's
Look
so cute.
at that ass. Just for you.
The echo is cute and uplifting. See, we love those kinds of adjectives, Rui. That's what we need more of.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna say slur.
No.
Only in the form of an adjective.
Oh my god.
Is there
Dang.
No, we don't have to.
His ass
Don't
is big.
encourage them. Don't encourage them, Avian. They might think of one.
I mean, just put any word in a different form, it becomes an adjective.
Why
you're
is Sunshine Jeff and like Cyberpunk Wolverine? Why are those two bundled together?
Yes.
Reasons?
Okay.
There's a lot of overlap between Wolverine fans and Jeff fans.
Oh yeah. I don't know.
Honestly, I could see it.
What? A wolf
they're
and a
both
shark?
things that Squirrel Girl loves.
True.
I was gonna say that a lot of women love both of them, in general. But
And what is Squirrel Girl? Right, woman.
Half squirrel.
No. She's at least 70% woman. I would know, I checked.
Oh.
I checked too.
Which
I saw
do you think
things.
you want to be today?
Oh.
I wanna be.
I didn't check.
The very
I wasn't
best.
invited.
I wanna be. Yeah. My name
Womp
is.
womp womp womp.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Iron Man. Iron Man.
Iron. Whoa.
Hey, all right.
That's a
Fuck you, Tony Stark.
Yeah.
Tony.
She got that thighs. That all that matters. Yeah.
Alright.
She has a good waist too.
Ultron?
Nah, Ultron's fine now.
Oh.
I
Okay.
I don't know.
Fireboy?
Maybe this guy.
Okay. Vote quick.
Vote something different. Go Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
I was
Go
going to
Spider-Man.
put something different, but then I was
Oh.
like, then everyone would be doing. Oh well, there you go. You got ready.
All is right with the world.
It's a law in
All the things that counter me
that
have been banned.
anthropomorphic figures in media be no more than 34% non-human. Look up Squirrel Girl Rule 34 for more information on this matter. Oh, very educational.
Dropping facts.
My name is.
I love the streams where you can have fun and learn something.
Why no one pick?
Hello.
My name is.
30 seconds. Stay strong.
Abby has the pink
Oh,
venom.
it's got the pink.
He's got the pink venom.
Wow. A tree that
Here's the pink boot. Oh,
Hey. What can you
that snout's
see?
going places.
I mean,
Oh no.
I didn't say
what can
stop.
I say?
Venom was always pink if you just looked in the right places.
Okay, can we like move on
Venom's
to
pink,
something a little less close to the TOS line?
He's not TOS.
TOS about that.
He's a spider. No, you. Oh my God! There's a wall.
Oh, that's a Wolverine.
Oh no.
All right, Venom, you're fun.
Namor and Wolverine. That is a boo-boo.
Oh man.
Alright, I'm out. See ya.
Ow. Hi.
Hello.
Oh, bad guy. Oh no, somebody kidnapped.
I'm sorry. Oh God. I should have just gone to the heal.
He was low.
This guy is.
He's a menace.
He's a wily little shit.
Wait,
He's a
Jay, did you
menace.
look up Rule 34 on your work computer?
There's still a chance to stop.
Oh. Even I know that it's bad. By the way, you're hiding behind the pillar.
I know. I've been running around for 6 months waiting for heals. Y'all were dead forever.
Oh, he's coming.
Yeah.
No, everybody left.
Goodbye.
Alright,
Oh, is somebody up there?
Oh, behind you.
Yeah, there. We have a.
Kill. I reload.
Oh my god. Whoa, I'm being stolen. I'm being stolen. I got.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna
Okay,
die.
oh my god. Bro, I'm not playing Cloak good right now. I did not warm up.
I think we're just getting mauled.
Oh, here comes the Wolverine.
That's kind of the problem.
He's flying! I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna target him. Wait! You're safe!
What?
You're safe!
Wait. Thank you.
I've got this guy.
Robbie!
Behind us. Behind us.
Careful! What do you mean careful?
Behind us, bad guy!
Ah, you were getting a boo-boo.
I was getting a boo-boo.
That's a dad effect.
No!
I'm good.
Wow. Wow. I'm gonna change. Smash it.
Wolverine stuck.
Oh no.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Yeah, we don't need one.
I wonder if Ride Attack is here. Feel the pull.
Get him! Get the guy!
Clearly, you need
Nice.
Yeah. Ooh, what?
Get
okay,
the woman!
there you
Get the woman!
He's there.
Woman's dead, woman's dead.
Kill the man.
Vortex field. Clear the way.
I poop him!
Kill the shark. Shark low.
Uh-oh.
The wolf!
Vortex field.
I gotta wake up. I'm playing a terrible Cloak and Dagger right now.
Oh man!
Sword
We've been playing
hand
for 3 hours.
Clearly, you need a
Namoring.
Switch down, switch
Oh
down.
man!
Oh no.
Nah, there's no saving that. There's no.
He got 3 of us!
Oh my god.
Why did he do that?
Why? What did they change about him? Why can he? Why is he flying? What?
I won't disappear so easily.
How is he flying? I've got my ulti.
He's always been able to do that, hasn't he?
No, he's flying more now. He's flying more reliably.
I think it's just this guy. Uh-oh, shot it.
Goodbye, guys.
Yeah. Well, that was his ult, so.
Oh no.
I am so far in the sky. Hello?
Oh, he's taking you guys for an adventure.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
That was what the fuck?
Oh, you
Okay.
guys he's
Wolverine.
coming.
Bye.
Oh boy.
Help! Save me!
I'm trying! You keep running away from me!
Yeah, you are where the enemy is. Maybe you are my enemy.
Okay, no more Wolverine.
Get this guy! Get him! Get him! Get him!
Bro, how do we counter Wolverine?
Emma?
Oh, we have Emma.
Let me guess. Your Namor's friend over here.
We do.
I can heal you.
Have you been playing Emma this whole time? Am I just asleep?
A
No, we
little
had
bit.
an Emma. Oh, gosh.
Wolverine was over.
I think
back
you've been so fixated on the Wolverine we didn't even notice what we were playing.
Oh, gosh. Emma! Emma!
Emma has issues.
She does have a feel of it, yeah.
I gotta switch the keybind. I don't switch to Cloak fast enough.
Oh, yeah, you gotta do the mouse
scroll wheel.
Yeah, scroll wheel.
Psionic burst.
Mista!
Me started beast.
That time I started healing.
I'm merged, right?
Wolverine behind.
Get this guy!
Wolverine down.
Wait, how do you get in here?
Oh my god.
No, I ulted. I ulted.
Thank you, you saved us.
Appreciated.
Get them! Get them! Get them!
The invisible was really low.
Feeling fantastic.
Kidnap! Oh no.
Are you ready?
Oh no.
Is that a tank up there?
No, that's
Wolverine.
He's dead.
Okay.
Right side Wolverine.
I thought he was gonna kidnap them, but he didn't.
No,
Oh.
he's just gonna kidnap himself, it seems.
Feel the pull.
Wolverine, alone? Oh, it doesn't matter, he's ulting.
How did he even get me? That's a scam!
Oh, he's low, he's low, he's low, he's low.
Oh, they have Namor now.
They've had Namor the entire game.
Bro, I never noticed him. He's a hook!
I will take that as a compliment.
No, I am do take that as a compliment. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Hook low.
Ah!
On that note, Namor's low in the back.
No, I'm sorry! But...
Wolverine behind.
Wolverine's dead.
Hey, I put mine.
Nice.
Only 60 seconds left. Much better.
Ow. I am dying. Help.
Where are you?
Hey, you're just running away from my shield.
Oh, Thor's low, Thor's dead. Okay.
No.
Yeah, you did.
No, you won't. Like, maybe if you said where your shield was, I don't know.
Right in front of you.
No, it wasn't. It was not in
It
front
was
of me.
right in front of you.
Nope.
You
It
walked
wasn't.
right past it.
Nope.
You're not even wearing your glasses. You're not wearing your glasses.
No, it never happened. No.
Oh, I couldn't say it like that.
Oh, he died again.
Oh, Thor's low.
Do you have glasses, Robbie?
Yeah, I do. I'm wearing them right now.
Wait,
Oh my god, I'm wearing glasses too.
What do you mean? Why wear them every day?
Oh, big
I'm playing.
boy.
I've had them for like half a year, Nina. What are you talking about?
I ulted on point.
Careful of fish. Careful of fish.
There's a Jeffy. There's a
I
Jeffy.
did. I'm.
What?
Ult is still up. Ult is still up. Oh, no, it's not.
There's a Susan behind us.
Yeah, Susan.
Jeff decided that's where
Yeah.
she was.
Our Wolverine against their Wolverine.
Wait, Shay, what would the merch thread in Discord be for?
Including which side
Just like
you're on.
sharing merch pictures, or?
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Yes, I like drinking from my Nova mug.
This one.
What is that guy saying? Fuck with your F team. What does that mean?
Hack tour.
Aren't we on American servers? Isn't this the only language he speaks? Or, well, is supposed to speak, at least.
Well,
It's the only language he's legally allowed to speak, yes.
Okay.
What does it mean?
Outside my bubble every now and then.
Oh wait.
Fools! Do you truly believe you can stop my grand scheme?
My butt is invisible.
Asgard has been invaded.
You know that?
That's a shame.
Reed's probably got some special insight about Doom.
You can get armor, and then I'll switch back to cloak.
Order Where did order
Yeah.
Focus on
I'm
what
gonna-
we were doing here.
What jump?
I'm
Oh,
gonna.
I could jump.
Oh, look at this moat that I got. Look at this.
Nice.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dang, you got that one.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Oh, watch out for the mines. Yeah.
Oh, the mines.
This is
why I chose Reed, Namor.
I'll get the
Poor creatures.
sheet or the nest. I think it's right here.
Hook low.
Yeah. Nest should be down.
There's another nest in the healing room.
Oh right, that's two of them. I thought that's the thing now.
Yeah.
I can't quite get it. I'd have to go in there.
Is it in the room?
It's in the room to the left.
Oh, okay.
Where do you think you're going?
Kill him. Oh, God.
Beat him up.
Bully him! Aww.
That's it. I'm ulting.
Oh, here. Bully him.
Kill the child.
I got you covered.
Nice, we got two of them. Woman low.
Yeah, Penny's on part.
Child death achieved.
Oh my God.
Penny is low.
Yeah.
Careful.
B.
Thingy. Ow.
Oh man.
I'm sorry, Abby, or Robbie jumped up right before I did my E. Sorry.
Where? No, Susan, you stay here.
Like a day at the store.
A little help, please.
Oh, hi, Luna.
Clear the way.
They have no healers.
Nice. Penny right side, by the way. I'll get the thing. Rocket low right side. They have some breathing to us, by the way. Keep that in mind.
Oh wait, somebody's sucking on me. Oh no. There's a Hulk squid battle, so fine.
Oh, Namor's still low.
There's a Hulk squid.
Got it.
Stunned her. Nice. Nest going down. Nest is down.
Get in my eyes.
She's very low. Okay.
Oh, you saved me.
Where's Susan?
Get the Luna in there.
Help! I'm being sucked.
Focus popped.
Oh no, I'm gonna die. I died.
What was that?
He just gave up.
Hulk.
I think Hulk forgot that he doesn't die when he dies.
The squids. The squids.
I am ready to put on a show.
Get squid boy.
Can I get a heal behind?
Can you kill squid boy?
Okay.
I can when you heal me.
I'm not even there because I died to squid boy.
I've only been healing for approximately 9 months. I have given birth.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Wait, wait, jump down. Abby, jump down.
I can't. There's
Luna low.
kill me if I think.
Luna down.
Never mind, I lied.
There you
Okay,
go.
I'm
You're
done.
fine.
That's much better.
Susan dead.
Get the squid.
I kill squid. I kill squid.
I got you covered.
Murder them all.
Woman.
Nice. Woman down. Raccoon.
This is a no woman
Not
zone.
female. Not female. Let him live.
Animal.
What?
Get the animal. No
I can't hear him. I genuinely
Oh my
can't hear
god.
him.
Okay,
Luna?
this one's a
Luna,
woman.
alone?
I got you covered.
Nice, there you go. I back to cart.
Hey.
I touch
hey.
cut. I touch cut.
Oh, guys, remember we have a cart. Callback.
Oh.
Oh, wait, Stinky.
Got your back.
Oh, there's a penny.
Penny is
Penny
not
on the left.
fun somehow. Alright, I'll destroy the thing. Hold on. There you go, it's gone. So
Nice.
it should be clear on the left unless there's another one somewhere.
Oh, there's another one over here. I can get it though.
Get up.
Alright. Penny's low, Penny's low, Penny's low, Penny's low.
Yeah, you.
There you go. This.
Namor's above us behind.
Double shield.
Disappear!
Oh, where'd you
It's a
come from?
woman. It's just a woman.
Oh, hello.
Kill her.
Hello?
Kill her.
Please remove woman.
She's out of circle, out of circle. Nice.
Yeah, what a waste of
Circle's
an
out a
oath.
woman.
Oh,
Vortex field!
I pulled him. I pulled him.
Murder! There you go. He's dead.
Oh my
Running
god.
out.
How dare.
I failed. Alright. Cool.
How dare. How dare.
I moved cart because no one else is.
Yeah. Be payload princess.
Psionic burst!
I can payload queen.
If you're good.
Vortex field! I
Yay.
am ready to put on a show!
I have to play back a little bit. I'm gonna
Psionic burst!
try to get my ult after this.
I'm gonna ult.
Disappear!
Iron Fist behind low. He's got full health again somehow.
Yeah, Luna. Luna's low.
Luna's very low. Luna's
Yeah,
dead.
got him. Got him.
Hulk stunned.
I'm back behind cart.
Clearly you needed some help.
Bye
We're
bye.
going to stop Psionic burst!
Oh,
Come here, Adam.
Adam.
Adam's low. Adam's
Adam
low.
low.
Adam's low.
Nice.
Oh,
He's probably gonna res.
Psionic burst!
Behind us.
get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get
Yellow
it.
princess?
No. Save the president! Oh, fuck.
Wait, I'm.
Who's that?
Psionic surge!
Got him.
Sail to the rampart. Sail to the rampart.
Save me from my
Working on it.
mistakes. Hulk stunned.
Who's the president?
This happened to me. Oops. Oh, well. I
He's
missed.
one. He's literally one.
slapped
He
him.
used it. He used it.
Okay, cool.
I don't want to talk about what just happened.
Vortex field!
Alright,
Did
we'll
you
lose
die?
one.
You know, it would have been better if I had died.
Oh, no. No.
Questions for everyone.
Hey!
Oh,
Oh,
that's a good idea,
Nathan.
Jay.
Nathan is a boss. Catfish!
Oh,
Oh, look who it is again.
Hey, MVP.
Counts as your-
You just wanted that ass.
Ooh, plat one.
Purple horse. What's purple horse?
That's me.
Purple horse?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we're watching Nina's highlight.
Yeah. Watch my highlight. What did I do?
You ulted?
Did I kill somebody?
Steam? Are you Steam friends with this person, Robbie?
Apparently.
Yes,
I'm friends with two
killed
of the people on the enemy team. I didn't know that.
Vortex field!
Huh.
Yeah, they just messaged.
Oh.
Oh, so the game was fixed, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
Excellent.
I did well. I did well. I did well. I did well.
I just wrote get squirrel nerd. We're good.
Got him.
Is that all? I got all the achievements? When is this finishing? 20 days? Sheesh. Oh my god. Guys, there's a tournament going. Group stage week 2. The tournament is... Oh gosh, that opened up a hole. I don't want to watch that. Damn, he's kind of cute on here.
Who?
Who's this? Is this the torch guy? On his banner thing that he gets.
Oh.
Kind of looking cute.
I just realized I have 2 different missions to just give 2 upvotes, and I haven't taken it because I haven't been upvoting people.
Ooh, he's got a rose. Oh, this is so cute. There's a Emma and Jeff thing banner.
Yeah, that one's free.
Yeah,
I
that's
saw
so
a little
cute.
preview of it on Twitter.
My baby and me. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. I know, right? Jeff new kicks. He's wearing shoes.
Jeff's new kicks. I'm curious about the Venom emote though. Does that emote let you change skins in the middle of a round?
Yeah.
I like where that trend is going.
Yeah, I actually like that. I want this, guys. It's so cute. Wait, we are even cute, yeah. Get it. Oh, no, I can't. Why do I have to wait for this? Man. 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 Man.
It's giving me Lethal Company flashbacks.
Oh, are we doing Lethal Company this weekend? Yeah, we're doing Lethal Company.
You can do that.
Yay! There's a new update. There's a new scary monster apparently.
Isn't it just like a standard thing?
Wait, I want to test something.
Double KO.
How much shield can Thor get now that he can cancel that?
Oh, a lot. So 750.
Oh, does he get like shield when he uses it and when it ends?
He gets shield every time he consumes a Thor Force.
Oh.
It's 50 shield for every hammer.
We haven't done the Among Us stream. You're right, Lampy. I forgot.
I was wondering about that.
Oh.
I forgot about that. Ooh, I should be in charge of planning that, shouldn't I? Ooh.
You're not planning it.
Ooh, I was not planning it.
Looks like it doesn't matter how many times he cancels and recasts his F. The extra health is capped at 150.
Yeah, he gets a lot.
That means you can refresh it quite a lot.
Like a lamb to the slaughter. Like a lamb to the slaughter.
I'm as flawless as they come, darling.
What? Also, why doesn't Emma have a team up with Jeff?
No, I feel like they have to add that at some point because of their relationship.
Yeah.
They know each other.
She said my baby.
And now they have a banner. So they have to have a team up soon, like next patch. Also, Jay, I did not forget about the cooking stream. I just have to figure out how to set it up. Because I have like a small kitchen with not too much space to like put a laptop to stream or something.
From the seas to the skies.
If you get an electric hob, you can do it in your room.
Hurricane incoming.
That sounds like a terrible idea to put a fire somewhere else right next to.
Or somewhere else that isn't the kitchen.
But there's like carpet. It's like
really.
But I might cause a forest fire. I might.
Cause a forest fire anyway.
Been in queue for 6 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna cancel it.
Wanna
Yeah.
maybe put some more servers on there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Like Frankfurt or maybe that other US one, maybe?
Dallas. Ew.
Yeah, whichever one is in the middle.
Yeah, that's the one in the middle.
That's Dallas, but it's ugly. It's orange.
Damn.
True.
I mean, I guess
It's ugly.
most
First,
things
you're
in
living in
Dallas
the
would be.
galaxy woods. Oh, guys, I learned a lot of things about your fires in America. Your water is
really?
owned by people.
True.
That is actually crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy. Y'all
Nestle
living
strikes
in
again.
like an apocalyptic world where you have to pay for water.
I think it's insane that there are countries where you buy water bottles to drink. Like,
Which hero do you think
I don't think I've
you
ever
are
done that. I just used to sing.
I have a water bottle.
Well, yeah,
I
there's
always
some
feel
syllables,
good.
that makes sense.
Let the
I kind of have a problem
gonna
when it comes to
snow.
water bottles.
Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
I have a water filter.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Not allowed to collect your own rainwater. Wait, you guys are not?
What?
Brother.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
Really?
I think in some states that's true.
Who
You're not allowed
fucking
to collect
owns the
rainwater.
rainwater?
I think it has to do with like if you collect the rainwater, then it doesn't end up in the like irrigation stuff, and people own the irrigation stuff.
Right.
So you're stealing our water.
The water
from the sky.
the water that they don't have yet.
Yes, exactly.
Bruh.
Please try to enforce that rule.
Bruh. That is crazy. Some states. Yeah. My name is Jeff.
Muted.
You can't mute me.
I just did.
No.
Toxic rain.
The
I don't
right
think toxic
heroes
rain's been a
can
thing
make
for a
all
while.
the difference.
Although, well,
You know you can boil water.
Water.
Water. You can.
most people can.
Colorado and Utah are the states with rainwater. That is crazy. Wow. Well, just tell.
Yeah.
If you want to heal Abby for your quest thingy.
Oh, yes I do. Yes, please.
Oh, I can't be Penny.
No penny.
Are amazing.
No Penny.
Also, the ice effects look great on stage.
Nothing.
Look at my butt. Look at my butt.
I don't know who I want to be.
Uh-oh.
I already was.
Look at.
No, I don't know what the
Oh, got a butt, guys. You guys like it? You guys like it?
Yeah, as soon as a brain
Prostitution.
trust builds the other gizmo, we'll all get to go back home.
No.
No, you're right. No one's paying.
The battle starts in 5,
No.
4, 3,
No.
2,
Let me give you my thing.
1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Oh no, Spider-Man!
Spider-Man! Spider-Man? I changed my mind. I don't want to heal anymore.
Okay, well I can.
I can Venom back here already.
Yeah.
Where?
That's what we were speaking about before.
Who said Spider-Man?
Yeah, and then you said
Spider-Man.
Venom.
I was already busy freaking out about Spider-Man.
Is that a panther? Please tell me that's not a panther. Oh, up here.
They have a wonder.
There's somebody behind. Somebody behind.
Ow.
I'm
No, it
trying
is
to
a
heal you.
panther, by the way.
Oh my god.
Oh, their entire team dies.
Please, no.
Yeah, the panther is super low.
Oh, there is a panther. Venom's
Please, no.
Venom down.
God, I killed the panther, but
Did
I
we kill
still
him?
died.
Oh yeah, you got him. Okay.
Oh my god, they do have entirely died. What the frick?
Yeah. Don't worry, they just switched to another flyer.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, here comes Venom again.
They still have died though.
Venom's on his way.
Venom.
Where the frick?
Please, I don't want to. I don't want this. I wanna leave.
Panther over here.
Anyone willing to help?
Behind us. Help! Turn around!
Okay, I think I'm gonna die, man.
Bye-bye, Stinky.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, they need to just die.
Okay, I think I might go Scarlet
Someone
Witch.
needs a snowball in the face.
That's not a bad plan.
They think that you good
Be your best
blood.
self.
Fuck you.
Did you get him?
Yeah, I got one of them. Spider-Man's still down here though.
Wait, they're on point. They're on point.
Yeah, Venom's on the face.
I'm gonna die.
Owie.
Wow.
I'm reloading. Oh, he canceled my. What the fuck? Hello? Oh? That's a thing? Okay.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Yeah, we gotta get some counters.
Be strong together.
There is negative reason to be running Hawkeye into this.
We don't have Penny.
Yeah, I was gonna do Penny, but we don't if she's banned.
Owie.
A nice deep
Somebody's left
freeze.
side, by the way.
Come down to me, you can see.
That boost.
Uh-oh.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Kill him! Thank you!
I got him.
I'm ulting, come to my ult.
Thank you. Thank you for these orders. Destroy it.
This is real firepower!
It's destroyed.
Bye-bye.
The ult.
Ow, oh, I'm gonna die.
Get him, get him, get him.
I'm trying. It's insane that my ult hit him 6 times after all the times I shot him and he still lived.
Okay.
Alright,
I need to get out of there.
I am barely harmed.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I was worried.
I can't
Heal, he says.
Help! Help! Okay.
Oh, this Groot is a funny
I'm
man.
trying to heal, but too many dives.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be the time.
He's low. I got him.
Who got him in half?
I'm gonna die again.
I'm not entirely sure how you died there. It might ult on top of you. Hmm.
Oh man.
Oh. I am not sure how to play this.
I mean, do you wanna switch heals and?
He's low, he's low. Oh my god.
He ain't gonna die though.
Lights out.
Hello? Okay, my stuff.
No way. That person actually died in spawn.
That's
Bye-bye.
crazy.
I'm just doing bad with DPS right now.
Actually, triple support might be the way.
We gotta touch it. We gotta touch.
Love it.
That's the point.
Okay. I can't contest this anymore. You guys need to touch.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Okay, I'm ulting point.
I have fallen over.
I've ulted on point.
Taste my pain.
Okay, Cloak is dead.
You can't hide from the
Hang on it.
Rocket's low.
Rocket low. Rocket, run.
Rocket dead.
I'm dead.
Ult's running by.
You got his ult though.
No, his ult is still up.
Oh, I need to use
Mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Yeah, he got his ult.
Alright, my ult's on the point.
Yeah, bro. This is bullshit.
2, 3.
Huh?
Brothers, that is the first thing you said the entire game.
What did he say?
Nicely done.
What, bro?
We
He
are
said,
cloak
nicely
and
done.
dagger. We are hope and fear.
Oh god, we can't deal with forgetting those.
Yeah, they have 4 dives on their team. He's wondering why he's not getting heals.
Background.
Yep.
Like, I could attempt to play Namor. I feel like a Namor could help.
Cloak and dagger. We are hope and fear.
Do you know how to play Namor, Avian? Otherwise, I can attempt.
Yeah, if you have a,
I know what his abilities
diver,
do.
you just heal each other. Both healers heal each other and will help you.
Please explain to me
You're
why it took you a
separated.
minute to come up with that.
You know if the healers are healing each other, they're not healing you, right?
Okay, wait, do you want to be Namor or do you want to be healed?
I'm the only tank there and like I can see no heals. No heals at all.
Yeah, because the healers are basically healing each other, which you just told them to do.
Being able to understand animals.
Man, I'm trying to protect them, but like if you don't heal me at all, like what do I do in this case?
Okay.
So should the healers heal each other or heal you? I'm confused.
The healers need to call out
No,
when the
heal
dive is
the
on
host.
them.
No,
Let's
heal the
focus
host,
now.
not me.
Just call out. Just call out when you're being dove, so he can help.
That's Squirgle.
That's good.
Thanks.
Make sure that bitch goes.
Okay, that's a terrible place. Why did he do 2 at once? Alright, it's fine, it's fine.
Left side?
I definitely play Namor. I definitely play Namor, guys.
Oh, there's a venom on the face.
My time to shine.
I have tagged a foe.
Spider-Man down.
We have to do that. Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Panther low behind. Help.
I can't help you. Please just go into my bubble. I'm.
You're going to. What do you mean? Your bubble's not near me.
Okay,
I can't
man.
just naturally teleport to it.
Let's pop back up.
Ow. I got my ult off.
My time to shine. Just embrace the light. Us against the world.
You gotta call out when you're being dove.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
This is real fire!
Us against the world.
Red.
Alright then.
I wasn't sure we'd get this chance again.
We TP them.
Ow, ow.
Bye. I couldn't help you, man.
I'm ready to cause some chaos.
Venom's coming.
Stun him? I didn't? Okay. Nope.
He's there. He's low though. He's low though.
He's dead.
Don't mess
Spider-Man?
with the amazing
Okay.
Spider-Man!
I tried.
My time to shine.
Unleash the Vishanti's power!
Lights out.
On point.
Where did?
Oh, okay, my portal.
You owe me one.
Got him.
Yep, I'm dying.
Who? To who? Say where. Say where.
I don't know where, brother, I don't know where I am.
Who? Where? What? When? I don't know what help means. What does help mean?
I am dying to everything, and also I don't know where I am. Because I didn't know where that
You're
portal was.
fine. You're fine. Oh
I'm
my
giving you all
god.
the info I have, brother. And it ain't much.
The sooner we deliver it, the better.
There's something about this place.
So cold.
Scrolls loud. I can do that for you, stupid.
Okay, hold down.
Venom's half.
Wait, oh
The
fuck,
healers are
there's
healing each other.
Panther there.
Oh.
Venom behind.
Yes, yes, he is. Ow.
I feel like we
Yes, sir.
You are under my spell. My time to shine.
Nice, good pick. Trying to terrorist out there.
Just
Also, guys, I still haven't heard a single call about them diving you.
Because they dive me and I'm dead by the time before I can react.
Alright, well, there's still other calls you can do. Many, in fact.
Okay, I'll call the dominoes.
Like telling our tank where to not be.
Let's pop back up under their noses.
Yeah.
Venom behind.
Ultra low.
Venom spawn camping.
Got him in about half.
Lights out.
Come to me, come to me, come to me.
Panther behind.
Hey.
One.
Hey,
Oh, he's still here.
Spider-Man on.
Oh, and he died.
Him.
Fine, fine.
They both went on me.
Oh, or he's not. Wait, what?
I was wondering where he went.
He's main
Did we
again?
get him?
No.
No.
We got the small ones. We didn't get Venom.
My time to shine.
Venom's low.
Spider-Man on me.
Ow.
I'm trying. I'm reloading. He's low. Spider-Man low. Nice. Dead.
Panther behind.
Panther behind.
I
have wandered over.
I wasn't sure we'd get this chance again.
Alright.
There's too many bad guys.
You're alone.
Time to work some magic.
Venom behind. Spider-Man down. We got two. Let's go.
Oh, it's two of them.
Yep.
Push, guys, push.
Keep going.
I already said that. You're working. Please.
Got him.
Guys, I want an heat up.
Oh, that's two more.
Behind,
Oh, BB on point.
And for low top.
My time to shine. Us against the world.
Got Panther.
Nice. Good job.
Save him. Get him, my ult.
Venom on your back line.
Oh, no.
Thank you. 30 seconds. Spider-Man top on me. Help. Okay. I am being completely hard focused by the spooder.
Lights out.
He is annoying. He's a problem. I don't like him.
I'm sorry.
Hey, multiverse.
Much to prove.
Back. Let's get a portal up for this.
The final 10 seconds.
Okay.
I got 10 seconds. I don't know
Go
what
get a
time
portal. Go get a portal.
Ultron is countering me. I'm sorry.
Are we portaling? Strange? Or just don't, I guess.
I couldn't make it.
He just walked out of spawn and didn't portal.
1, 2, 3.
Dang. This Spooderman.
Well, you can't expect to win
Yeah, they just went full dive.
Yeah.
Actually, I did play against this Venom before. Or he was in my team a while back.
The Venom or the guy named?
Syndron guy.
For some reason, those are two different people.
Is somebody named Venom?
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
that guy.
VP.
Yeah.
Anyway, I gotta stop for now.
Okay.
Okay.
Get out. Get out.
Thanks for playing with us.
I'm
You
joking.
too. Alright, bye-bye.
Bye. Bye. We go again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry, just starting on my boat.
I'm doing pretty good, Rebel. How are you?
Today?
I want to be
Eat nuts and kick butt.
1
Do, do, do.
I am a birdie.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Flying poops.
Good job.
Thank you for the pat. Okay.
What did our music playing? That's why.
No way.
We have a rocket. Shouldn't we keep Penny?
Oh. I don't know.
I'll be honest, I don't understand the penny ban.
Yeah, I don't get penny bans. But I mean, I guess people don't know how to counter. Oh, wow. You don't want to counter it.
Top-notch team to win this one.
Ooh.
Give me Emma team.
Oh my god, enormous bluegill.
Okay.
Look at the big fish, guys. Go a big fish.
Big fish.
Big
I
fish.
thought you were talking about the Lord Jeff.
Go to big fish.
The big fish and also whatever that person caught.
Yeah.
And please don't ask me what the difference is because I don't know.
Big fish.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
Yeah,
ready.
big fish. Yeah, big
Oh, I've
fish.
got 404 channel points.
Oh, look at you! You're so cute!
Everyone.
He's not
Finally
found.
team up with somebody just like me.
Only
Do you have a
404?
nice spider
That's
robot
crazy.
as well?
Oh,
What
404,000.
points?
No, but I
Oh,
do have an army of
okay.
squirrels.
Wait, on whose channel?
Does that count?
Ninus.
Suppose we'll
Wait,
find out
really?
soon
Okay.
enough.
Yeah. Whenever you my channel
Battle
points on your
starts in
channel.
5,
Holy shit.
4, 3.
Okay, there's
I only have
There's mine.
329,000 on Nova's channel.
Oh my god.
Some uninvited guests.
yeah, I gotta.
Saved my life.
Yeah, where's the Eden Oliver demon?
Even so,
Ew. No.
Getting this
Wait, which routine?
I don't want to eat
Nova
olives.
Eden Olive.
No.
You don't like olives?
Ooh, a touch of
I
healing.
don't like olives at all.
I'll patch you up. Someone's
Hey, check out this big acorn.
Wait, somebody. Oh,
Ooh, I'm
I
energized.
thought somebody was behind it for some reason.
I was behind.
I got Strange! Beat his ass! Strange down.
Scarlet Witch is up there.
Yeah. I missed her. I missed me.
Oh, she's low, she's low.
mine.
as cold-hearted as your name suggests.
Oh,
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Luna's dead.
oh.
Ow.
Ooh, a touch of
Penny low.
Oh gosh, Penny low.
Done.
Penny down.
chip in.
Thank you.
Rocket! Oh, Rocket's so low.
Oh, he is so low. Die. Okay.
Yeah. who plays fish?
Ooh, I'm energized.
Kick.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Say, Squirrel Girl, I'm not over there.
Thank you.
Luna's dead.
Oh,
Okay.
behind,
Ow.
behind.
I hurt though. Oh, hi, Rocket.
Wait, where's?
Woohoo! Field trip to a vendor tower.
He's just kind of hovering in the corner, healing and hiding, and
Energized.
being a little guy.
Ooh, a touch of healing. Howdy.
I saved.
No!
I saved Jeff.
Hey, team! Enjoy the amplifier!
Why the fuck do they have a squirrel? How is it supposed to be the only squirrel girl?
This is real firepower!
Pardon me. Just walk past the shield.
I am ready to put on a show.
Ooh.
Squish.
Oh no.
Where did she
Oh
go?
no.
Ah!
Ooh, I'm energized.
Die.
Watch me. One for the squirrel. Did we get it to where Munich City?
What the frick? Get in here.
Watch that
No,
track.
they packed up.
Don't let him get away.
Scroll's dead. Oh, rocket solo. Rocket dead. Oh, Strange is very low.
Strange dead.
That's very low.
Oh no.
Oh no, nosies.
Thank you.
Ah, nuts. Oh, they got a Hulk now. That's... Hulk thinks he's people.
Nope.
You can return the favor anytime. Time to go nuts.
Wait, who's
What's
it?
going on over here?
There's a cloak over here?
I think the cloak and
Yeah,
dagger. How did Luna die?
What?
Wait, then Luna?
Yeah!
Where was she?
I don't know, but like it showed up in the kill feed as she just died, like fell to her death or something.
Oh,
Where can you even do that on this map?
There's a scout. I got her. Thank you.
Ow, owie.
Against the world.
Their Hulk is baby.
Yeah.
Time to go nuts.
No!
Now we're gonna save you.
It's okay.
No!
I'd say we're doing pretty good.
That okay was forced.
Avian sounds like he's having fun. Yeah, I think he is having fun.
Are you having fun, Abion?
Yeah. Ow, ow, well, that's fun.
Oh my god. No, they were so low. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have tried to be aggressive there, but they were so low. Ah!
I appreciate you.
Enjoy the amplifier.
You're safe with us, Herbie. Time to go close. This is your big chance.
Here you.
Oh my
Nice.
god! You legend. I was like, oh shit, I'm not gonna get away from this. I thought I was dead meat, man. I thought I was dead meat.
Rockets out in front. There.
That's three. Time to go nuts.
Yeah, we did it! We doing it!
Think twice. I don't have a model. How would you
Time to
know?
switch things up, including
have a
which
model?
side you're on.
Wait, Abion, are you streaming?
I had a free model.
The right
no.
heroes could make all the difference. Eat nuts and kick butts.
I am technically working right now,
Oh.
so I may need to leave at a moment's notice if something happens.
Oh.
But nothing ever happens on Friday, so whatever.
Am I allowed
And
to
I'm not
ask
on call
what
anymore,
you do?
so. I is programmer.
Oh!
Which language do you speak?
A lot.
C++? Java?
I can read C++, but I can't
Python.
like write in C++. I do know Python, Java, JavaScript, Dart, C#. I've learned Ruby. I've never done anything in Ruby. Let's see what else.
Ruby?
Learning Rust.
Ruby's the one.
Dart. No, Dart said Dart.
Is Ruby the Raspberry Pi? Wait, does Raspberry Pi have its own language?
Raspberry Pi has something that resembles Python, or you can just code directly in assembly. If you're
Oh, and
crazy.
he's not the only one. Nice. Oh yeah. Wait. Also, wait a minute. I think Lampy, aren't you a computer nerd too?
Strange.
Oh, I'm asleep.
I'm sorry, I just got deleted. I got deleted. He went to the building top.
Oh, hiya.
Oh, I'm dead.
Gosh.
I am become the dead.
Oh. Yeah, I become dead too. Yeah, see, Lampy is also a nerd. Together, nerds together strong. We have so many nerds
We're
here.
together. Yeah, in our own separate cubicles.
Little
Thank you
did
so much
you
for the
know.
follow. Welcome in. Happy to have you here.
Welcome in. My name is Ninu. No, my name is Nova. My name is It's Novalia. Novalia.
No. That's my name, Ninu. That's my name.
I'm promoting you.
Look who's here.
Where's Strange? Let me bully you.
I got sleepy.
Touch of healing.
Oh, Hawkeye low. Hawkeye very low. Damn it. Oh, I need heals.
Oh shit. Oh wow.
Jeff, I'm
The
standing like
nerds
2
will
inches in front of
rise
you.
up because we have
Thank you.
standing. You have the standing desk. Okay, that's a good one.
I do have a standing desk.
I do
I never
too,
use the standing
but
functionality, but
I do too, but mine is kind of broken. Oh no.
Oh, I didn't realize he was ulting. Nino, I think I just did what the Hawkeye did in your game, but I don't play Hawkeye.
Yeah, but you're not playing Hawkeye.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
That's forgivable. Oh gosh.
Better stop that vehicle.
the Ruby on Rails is a framework.
We are undefeatable.
And I will attend home further questions at this time.
I will kill you, Hawkeye. Oh man. Then there's a woman.
Whoa, the building.
Can you not?
You can return the favor anytime.
Oh gosh.
Us against the world.
Wait, why is he so small?
Time to go nuts.
Okay, you're allowed.
By the eye of...
Oh, nice.
Hey, Mantis. Mantis, why are you not dying?
Time to
Oh,
go
she just gave up.
You, oh my god. I just call it Ruby. Ninu standing this? Yeah.
Lights out.
We're back.
Yeah, but cause I couldn't fit the part there's a part that I needed to fit in. I couldn't fit in. And so now it's gone. It's gone.
Be careful, they have those
Strange is not taking any damage whatsoever.
like a Scarlet team up.
Oh, Scarlet's dead.
Eh, Strange day too.
Balls.
I appreciate you.
Oh, he's back. Somebody's in here. Who's in here?
Ow.
Get rid of
Honestly,
this.
raccoon
Oh.
shouldn't carry bullets.
Got
in
it.
my opinion.
Yeah.
Where do you think you're going?
I got their cloak.
Strange dead.
Behind
Where's that-
you is
what's
a
the
bad
deuce?
person. Darn it. Us nerds rarely use the standing function either. Yeah, did you just get the standing because it said standing? Ew, you say standing. It's ergonomic.
Oh, they have an Ultron now.
Yeah, Ultron's been countering me in other games when I play Scarlet. He's so faster than I can suck.
Oh man, I don't like that. No,
Oh, I can't do anything about that.
No. Oh, it's far away. It's far away.
Okay.
Oh gosh. Oh no.
You're the best.
You're the beast.
Kill the shield! Kill the shield! Ow.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, he's coming. He's coming.
No! He canceled it. I got him before when he tried to do a ult.
Stay alive, I am a birdie.
You can't. Go on, Jeff. Make it dreams come true.
My turn to shine. I'm not done with this fight.
No!
Thank you for getting
How many times gotta keep telling you this, old man?
You can return the favor.
Alright, I got one of their healers.
This is real firepower!
Oh, fuck off.
I'm in trouble.
Down to 30 seconds.
Well, on the bright side, I'm no longer in trouble.
Nope. Too many bad guys.
Don't worry, I'm on the point, guys. I'm gonna down point. I down point. I down point. It's okay.
I'll patch you up.
No, bird, choose life.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh.
Better stop that beat.
Cloak's still alive somehow? Never mind.
When you have been powerless, having power
Oh,
means
no.
something.
What the?
Let's end this quick.
Feel
Feel the thunder.
Damage.
I'm dead.
On my mind.
Alright.
I feel strong again.
You better test this out.
Faster, my friend.
Extermination!
This one.
It's now or never. Stop them.
Oh, wait.
Only 60 seconds left.
There you go.
Oh no. Nova. Bye-bye, Nova.
What the fuck? The building rebuilding itself throws me off. So I'm like, where am I going? Where am I going?
By the eye
Oh, no.
of Agamotto!
Oh no. Oh no. We're
it's
fucked with this. No, we're fucked.
I switched off of Emma and Scarlet Witch saw her moment.
Double KO.
Oh.
Oh shit, I wasn't touching. I'm sorry, I was in the air.
3, 2, 3.
It's okay. We have more time.
Yeah, way more time.
This is my favorite song, guys, from
Wind, cloud,
Cyberpunk.
and storm.
Alright. Oh, sick.
Hear
We're on
my
defense
command.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Actually, I'll start it.
I could do Psylocke it with your Emma again. That worked before.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic
Oh,
in this
okay.
world. But it does help.
Unless
Wait.
Oh wait, Nina
Wait,
could
we
also
have Penny?
Scarlet.
We do have
We already have a penny.
Who are you
Yeah.
calling a raccoon?
We'll go
let's
through
switch off.
sports.
Round 3. Go.
Best friends are crooks
Okay.
and villains.
If I die, I'm switching to Strange.
Daddy, you understand your boy?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I'm gonna put my thing here.
Nice working with you, kid.
Is that a low-level psychic bond I'm picking up on?
Yeah. I'm connected to
Believe.
the spider that helps me pilot the
Believe.
How curious.
I believe.
An arachnid's thoughts must be quite jarring to a human.
I've gotten used to them.
I guess I could have started Strange and
The
just like
battle
portaled
starts
off
in
the door.
5, 4, 3,
Oh.
2, 1.
Like, caused them to
Only
waste 10
60
seconds.
left.
I was a little messed up there.
Where's your team, bro?
Appreciate the boost.
I'm not sure where they are.
You're welcome. Ajis.
Down to 30 seconds.
Someone scratch my back.
Just keep fighting.
Ultron low. Ultron's dead.
Nice.
Oh, that.
It's slow. It's slow. Slow. Slow.
Killed
It's
it,
dead. It's
killed
gone.
it.
It's gone. It's gone.
Oh, I need help. No.
What girl's
Final
hitting?
10 seconds.
Yes,
You're
you
welcome.
guys.
Do your worst.
Ulting.
Okay, ulting mine. Oh.
This is real firepower.
Oh, where's
Us
what's
against the world.
You're ready for action.
Oh.
I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble.
Oh
Ow.
shit. Oh, I'm so dead.
Alright, switching to Strange.
Us against the world.
I'm with you, sure.
Oh, crap.
Okay, I'm gonna go rock.
There's no chance to stop them.
Oh wow. Okay. I'm dead, brother.
You're welcome.
Oh, be careful.
My work. Be right there.
Okay, we're gonna get that Ultron when I get there. Oh no. Where is he?
Ah, that's better.
Oh, I don't have any healers, do I?
No.
No, I just died. I'm sorry.
Goodbye.
Oh shit. Okay, I don't know why it stayed there.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
We're gold spamming, yeah.
Goodbye. For now.
We just need to get them off for like a tiny bit.
Now. Oh, Strange alone.
Oh.
Co-op time.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Oh, Rockets won, Rockets won.
I want Agamotto.
This is real firepower!
Extermination! Against the world!
Ah, that's better. You are under my spell. Goodbye. For now.
Oh gosh.
Disappearing.
I unleash the Vishanti.
Nice.
Murder them all.
I think we got them. Ooh.
The current score is
Dang.
2.
By the power of the Chaos
Time
Emerald.
to switch things up, including which
Power of
side you're
Grayskull.
on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
I'm just gonna go for the
I'll go
Ultron.
offensive. I have a similar plan.
Going for the Ultron?
Well, the healers in general, but yes. And also
What?
do not care about the Strange Shield.
Yeah.
Round 4!
I've made my share of mistakes, but I am fighting
We have
every
3
day
minutes.
to make amends.
This is doable. My speeches. I am ready to sacrifice you all.
Oh, it lets
30
me do my
seconds before you
thingy
attack.
while we're
Get
moving
ready.
again. It wouldn't let me like spawn it on the elevator before, and then Rocket couldn't give armor.
Oh. It always worked for me.
Allies this war has brought
Oh,
together.
maybe I'm just
Look at that one. Yeah.
You're just baby. It's okay.
Just a baby.
Just a
Oh, never
baby.
mind. I didn't get that one.
The battle starts in
Oh
5,
shit! I just
4,
ended it.
3, 2, 1.
That's right.
Welcome to the
Penny's armors are better.
Be right
They get
there.
50 instead of 25.
The barriers between dimensions are breaking down. It's up to us to protect them.
Avengers Tower.
Okay.
A
Got one of
disappearing.
Oh, I killed myself. Wait, did they have a... Oh, they have a pin, so the squirrel goes back.
Reborn from the
Oh.
chaos. Chaos
Cool.
control.
I live once more.
Goodbye. For now.
Oh. Alright, this,
Sorry, I was
this
reloading.
clearly
I
isn't
was
working.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Goodbye.
She's out of place, we can kill her. Yeah.
Squirrels up top.
Yeah. Oh, got her. Oh no.
She got me.
Oh.
Feeling stronger
Okay,
already.
we got the thing. We got the thing.
Us against the world!
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Ooh.
Oh. I live!
Yay!
I just put that down. I just... The rocket's over here.
Goodbye.
You can always count on me.
Oh, wait, who's up here?
Scarlet.
Oh gosh.
Range is low.
Rock is down.
He's down. He's gone.
Emma's low.
Deceased.
There's a Scarlet back here.
Emma's down.
Scarlet back left.
I'm coming for it. I'm coming. Where is she?
She was in the building.
Chaos control.
Oh, I think she might have an ult then.
Oh, lots to destroy here.
Where is she?
I don't see her.
Oh!
By the eye of Agamotto!
That's three of them.
I survived that somehow?
Ice was singing the heals.
Oh, I think so.
Oh.
I once decimated an entire species through an
Oh,
act of
gosh.
magic.
Oh, okay, my E was not up yet. Oh, I live again.
The hesitation.
I'm a liver.
Yay!
Ah, that's better.
Here are you. Come here, Thigh. Ow, 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 ow. Oh,
Right, there you
goes
go.
down. I need heals up.
I got a ult up.
Chaos control.
Extermination!
Goodbye.
Oh, he's one. Ultron dead.
Us against the world!
Oh man.
It hurts us.
I'll patch you up.
Feeling stronger already.
Alright, dagger's down.
This is real fire.
Kill the rocket. Kill the rocket bolt.
On the rocket.
Goodbye.
Oh
Yep.
shit.
Okay, rocket ult's down. Rocket ult's down.
Rocket low. Where the fuck did he go?
Ow, ow, ow.
Okay,
Rocket's
Ultron's
on
gone.
point.
Disappearing.
Scarlet Witch is on me. Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch. Scarlet
Scarlet
Witch.
Witch is dead.
Oh, she's
Scarlet
dead.
Witch is
She's dead.
I need heals
Oh
though.
gosh.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
no.
I'm sorry. I was trying to heal myself.
It's okay.
What to do, spiders?
You can do it.
No.
You can do it.
Oh, nope. Oh, why am I Hulk?
Final score 3,
Oh.
2, 4.
Godo? What does that mean?
Well, you can't expect to
Should've switched to Wolverine.
I should learn name more to help with divers.
Oh no. One more game I fall out of plat 1.
Oh, well, let's not lose the next one then.
Exactly.
That's the spirit. That's the spirit. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Night, Rabble.
Honkshu.
Wait.
Oh, that was a fast one.
Honkshu? Honkshu? Something.
Honkshu.
Which hero do you
like clown
think you
boots.
want to be today?
I thought you were doing like the yap dollar.
Eat
I am not
nuts
familiar with
and
that.
kick butts.
Wait.
I think like $50, Jay. Animated ones are more expensive.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
The yap dollar. Oh. Oh, good game. Nice try. Who do you want to ult first for Jeff NATO?
Storm ult first.
Oh. Eeny, mini, miny. How
The right
is
heroes
it?
could make all the difference.
Eeny,
Eeny,
mini,
meeny, miny, mo.
How do I spell it? Eeny, mini, me? Miny? Mo?
Catch a lizard by its toe.
Eeny, mini,
Any, mini, miny, mo.
yeah. My name Jeff.
Round one, go! Something doesn't feel right here.
Let's pop back up under their noses.
Oh my god, I just
We'll be
jumped so
coming in
high.
30 seconds. Stay strong. There's the vehicle. Stop it. OMG. Aren't you the cutest little thing ever?
Yeah, that's me.
Totally join my squad. Wait, quick question. You don't eat squirrel, do you?
I would not have Fable make them because she doesn't actually make animated emotes, but I will have Fable make the static ones.
Enemy in front of us.
Hey, but I can help with the time-shifting thingamajig. Maybe I'll ask Tony. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Rude.
Yeehaw.
Storm's up. Storm's dead.
It's much better.
Oh, Magneto was so low. Oh, there we go.
Oh, oh.
Come here, Jeff. Come here, Jeff.
I did. Oh man, I didn't. Oh, they've got the Twitch skin. That's actually a nice
it is.
skin.
There we go.
You stop them in their tracks.
Yeah.
I need a low. Oh, so Storm.
Us against the world. Something doesn't feel right here. That was just in time.
I need health. Ow.
They got behind you. My friends are here. Behold that child. They've made it halfway.
Oh.
Stop them.
My friends are dying.
That child.
Oh, no more Dark Child.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Have a good nap, Paul. Thanks for being here.
I suppose that helped.
I can help.
Oh, she's so low. Oh, they got the point.
Oh, never mind, don't.
Uh-oh.
Oh, well, let me get back in there.
I'm gonna get nuts.
Oh, I meant, my storm. Oh no.
Oh, she was one.
Better stop that vehicle.
Lightning surges within me. Hurricane incoming! Your power!
Yeah, you guys Sharknado them.
Against the world.
Yeah.
To the skies!
Yeah.
Oh god, Jesus, magic just came out of nowhere. Alright.
They made it halfway. Stop them.
Oh, she's so wily.
Hold still. I'm trying to help. I feel like I'm being watched.
I suppose that helped.
Ready to unleash the light force.
I will keep the thunder raging in your honor.
I'm ready. Feeling fantastic.
Behold, their child! To me!
Kill her.
No, where'd she go?
I swear she's teleporting. And not in the usual way.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is a magic ability.
Like she's going through a portal, but like sometimes she just vanishes. I'm looking at her and she's no longer there.
I can take as much as I can.
We better test this out.
They hit a
Oh, hi.
checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Work together.
Hello? Oh, there. Oh.
Better stop that vehicle.
Ow.
Oh my god, no!
She wanted me dead.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Oh no! I fell off. That was embarrassing.
I
Nobody
wasn't
saw
watching that when that happened.
No, you didn't
For
see it. You didn't see it.
You owe me
Die.
one. Just give them another inch.
Your powers are mine! Incoming! From the seas to the skies!
Co-op time!
Yay!
We've got trouble.
There's a storm way up in the sky. I can't do anything about it.
Stop them in their tracks! Track this enemy!
Nice.
Feeling fantastic. My minion!
Behold, their child!
Oh, that's. Oh, I can't. I don't know if I can
How
see.
did she get any owls way up there?
Behold, their child!
Disappear! I got you!
I'm hard. I'm sorry, guys.
Us against the world.
I did it.
Oh.
Oh, is there anything I can do here?
No, I don't think so.
Try strange, I guess.
I'm just speeding.
Although, never mind, doesn't matter.
The current score is
I even
0,
picked Panther to get
2,
there.
3. Time to switch things up,
Wow.
including which side you're on.
Are you okay, Nina?
No.
Help is available if you
You'll need
need
a
it.
top-notch team to win
And
this
it's
one.
over yet.
Maybe because I'm doing so bad anyways, I will try Namor.
The higher the
okay.
pressure, the more
Oh, never mind,
dazzling
got
the
banned.
diamond.
Oh.
Round 2.
The White Queen always gets what she
Oh,
wants.
welcome to Tank, Nina.
At any cost.
Oh, hi, yes, I'm tanking now with you. I don't know.
Yeah,
I won't be of any help.
30
I will
seconds
definitely
before
remember
you
the
attack.
team up.
Get ready.
Oh, wait, you never used the team up, do you?
I've so rarely play Magneto while someone else is playing Emma that I always forget I have it.
Remember, it is a formal affair, Namor. Shall I assume you'll be wearing a shirt?
If that is what is expected of me, of course.
Oh, wait. Should I go Penny? Because they go... No, I don't know. Okay, wait, let me see how this goes.
4, 3, 2, 1.
There's a...
As if I wasn't strong enough.
That's a random place for a nest.
Oh, yeah.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I have not played tank in a while. And it shows.
Nest is on the right.
Wait, somebody died?
Yeah, magic.
Nest is one.
I was fine. Well, thank you.
There we go.
She's low, she's low, she's low, she's low. She's...
Alright, she's down.
Oh, okay.
This is real firepower!
Your mind is mine. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
It's fighting time!
You better get a look behind you.
Impervious!
Where is she?
She's on us.
Oh, she's on
for
me.
some reason.
Yeah, it's weird. Oh.
Alright,
I think I'll go Penny.
would you be terribly upset if I switched to Wolverine?
No.
Spider is more than just a mechanized suit of armor. It's my best friend. Enemy located. I'm counting on you, friend.
Make sure you...
This is gonna hurt. Powering up.
Oh,
This is gonna hurt. Whoever they are, they don't look friendly.
Oh, I screwed that up.
I've got your back, Zero.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Oh, shit.
Made it. Hi, Prime. How's it going?
Oh my god, is it Amazon
What time is that?
A tiny boost.
Just needed a few repairs.
I can't believe we lost Logan.
Let's do some damage. Lines in place.
Oh, I mean, I almost pulled her.
You know what to do, spiders? It's
Oh, this is on me, I think. Wait, you missed.
Zero. Always.
Oh, he's low. Oh, he's dead.
Real firepower!
Wait, behind this. Nice. Got that?
I got a penny.
It's
Full here.
time! I'm counting on you, friends.
Oh, that room is full of nests.
Wait, no, Benny. Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, I got you before you died.
This is gonna hurt.
Hurricane incoming!
Us against the world.
Oh my god, I didn't get her.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Oh, Locust won.
I see I have made an impact.
Final score 0-3.
I didn't know what happened there. I just
Can't expect to win
That's not my best game.
I think I wasn't there. What match was that?
What match was that?
What match? Exactly.
Ooh, Patu.
No, you're wrong.
Oh, my mistake.
No, you're both wrong. You guys.
Yeah,
Fix your eyes, guys. Fix your eyes. You're looking at the wrong thing. You're looking at the wrong thing. Clean your eyes.
Fixing my eyes is expensive.
Oh my god, that's America.
It is.
It's true. Eyes and teeth are luxury items.
Dang. That's rough.
Yeah, America, we like not only do you have to deal with health insurance, but normal health insurance does not cover eyes and teeth. You have to get separate insurance for those.
Gosh, that's rough, bro. That's rough. That's rough. And back into thighs he goes. You mean... Oh! Oh! Hold up, whose thighs are the...
I know. He's been spamming this emote, and I don't know who it is.
I've seen this emote before. Oh, we forgot.
Wait, we didn't ban anybody. We didn't ban anybody.
We are so.
We're just that confident.
Oh, I was not paying attention. I almost banned Spider-Man. I would have felt so bad.
Guys, what if I didn't emote like that with my thighs? Would you guys like my thighs? Would you guys
She has really good thighs, guys. She sent me thigh pics one time.
Pick your
did? Yeah, I have a clip of it. 'Cause you were like, Nova, your thighs were in that picture. What do I do? And I was like, I don't know. I had full intention of you and Fable seeing my thighs with my cat. And then Nina was like, I'll send you my thighs. As thanks. And I was like,
you have nice thighs. Nina has thighs. Yes. Yes, I had to remove my squats redeem because I easily build up muscle on my thighs. So
I do still kind of have a crush on Wolverine.
Oh my god, they have the skin.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Change skin.
What? Change skin?
Yeah,
Change skin to what?
I'm looking at.
You not like the Future Foundation?
I mean, I thought she was gonna change it to the black one.
The battle
Nice,
starts in 5,
but
4,
It makes it look like she doesn't have forearms.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission
I
area.
look respectfully because I respect
Hey, but I
women.
can help with the time fixing thingamajig. Oh, maybe I'll ask Tony next time I see him.
My name's Tony.
Sure those are
My
bad.
name's
Why am I following Spider-Man?
Oh my, invisible? Hey, check out this big airport!
Oh, do they have Namor?
Looks like the mission area is yours.
Oh, they have the entire point. Oop.
Oh.
Ow. I whipped that one pretty hard.
Mission area.
Good thing there's no evidence.
Oh my god! Moon Knight.
I got the moon knight on.
He's got
Oh
the
shit,
skins.
I didn't even notice the crew right there. Ow. Oh, it's embarrassing. Okay.
Get him, squirrels!
I can ult it.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
I'm ready.
Where do you think you're going?
Alright.
Uh-oh.
She got hella flicked.
Us against the world.
I made a mistake. I made a mistake.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Yeah, I can confirm Nova has nice thighs. I can confirm. I saw.
You know, it's nicer thighs.
No.
Bye fight!
No. I would not fight with Nova's thighs. They're very nice thighs. I think we can just appreciate it. We appreciate. I did.
No. Okay.
Exactly, Fantasy.
Oh wait.
Bounding back.
Wait, I thought our shield was up. she died. She died.
I walked in getting ready to ult, and I realized that there was no one on my team in there.
Yeah. I don't think we're gonna touch this one.
Oh.
I think our Spooderman, your mama is struggling. So I think we can all put up the blame on him. I think that would be the right thing to do.
I do still kind of have a crush on Wolverine.
I agree wholeheartedly.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hey, Doreen. So you gave your squirrels a little.
Oh, I'm out of coffee. I thought I still had coffee.
Cute, aren't they? But they're still tough, right, Tippy?
That's why, guys. That's why she's
and go knit them tiny socks.
What's the word?
Sorry, she's going through something.
Gargling.
Starts in 5.
Gargling.
What?
3,
Gargling.
Gargling.
No, why are you gargling?
I'm not gargling. I'm not gargling.
How about I
You
switch
leave
things
me with that. So I know what's throwing. No, honestly, I feel like I've been doing shit games the past couple. I might need to pause and take a coffee break after this to like just refill it.
So as you refill a coffee break, guys, you gotta refill her energy.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
Hey, I'm music.
Who's here?
Oh, the hell up there.
Oh, okay. Okay, that was an accident.
Let me get her. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was an accident. Thank you.
Ow.
Over here.
Against the world.
Eat farm boy. Oh, nice.
Oh,
No, he was so low! No! Wait, the wall! I'm so low! I can't stop me from going through! What? I thought I was skinny enough! I thought Psylocke was skinny enough!
I got Alto. Nova needs to get gas. Yeah.
I do, honestly.
She's gotta put the pedal in the metal.
I'm not done with this fight yet.
Pedal in the metal. Where does this take me?
Spiders love things with 8 legs, but this?
Oh.
Oh, they have poke squid.
Yeah. We found a Shuri.
I'm just struggling so much! Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, Spider-Man. What's up, Spider-Man?
Yeah. I don't know when he went though.
Goodness. Star-Lord.
Okay, that's worse.
Shields up.
Why is this? What? Oh. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm just literally throwing. I
Wait,
need
he went
coffee.
back to Spooderman. Wait, it's like he heard us.
I switched to healer because I thought that maybe he would do better, and I just can't play DPS right now. I'm failing all of the games where I'm put to DPS.
We gotta force it. We gotta force Nova to DPS. Joking.
Disappear! Coming at ya!
Oh man. I don't. Oh yeah. Well, I fell over.
Spider-Man's behind
Wait,
us.
I need to
health,
pause.
full health.
I need to pause to refill my coffee, guys.
Go refill. Go fill
yeah.
your mug full of coffee, Nova. Yeah, Nova, do it.
I don't have my new mug today, but I will.
What?
Well, it's dirty. I've been using it, and it's in the dishwasher right now.
Itotai.
Okay, wait. I will be
Money
right
was
back.
kinda
Do you
king.
guys want to? I mean, I won't be gone that long, so I don't know if you are.
We
You guys
can
okay
wait.
waiting for me?
We
You
can
wait.
wait.
Hi. Okay. I'll be right back.
We can wait. Let me go Doom's match. On. You have. Don't you have a Nino mug? Prime, you don't have a Nino mug?
Prime, you don't have a Ninu mug.
To be a superhero, gotta be an optimist.
Wait,
Do
why
you
you
want
don't
an
have
only Ninu mug? Except there's like 3 of them?
Yeah.
We got
Yeah.
company. Purple's not so funny now, is it?
Oh, what if we weren't people trying to find them?
You've got the most points. Keep up the
I have 2 kills. I have the most points.
Oh, did you see that?
Oh, wait, I got the day 2 bubble pop.
Bubble pop?
Yeah. Venom
You're too
emojis.
Wow.
Tremble before
This person is
we are
mad.
done when I say we're done. Another one for the good guys. Yep.
Wow, I didn't kill the Jeffs though. I didn't kill the Jeffs. What the fuck?
Let's try this again.
What did you mean to me? Let them live. Okay. Yes, I'm gonna kill them now. Once you machine, I'm gonna kill them. You're gonna kill them.
We got company. You're too loud.
Do it now. Oh, I'm in a different one.
Hack and slash.
I didn't say any bad words. You don't have.
Let's try this again.
Alright, there's always next time.
What the hell, guys?
That came in handy. Nowhere to hide. Oh, they took
That was
cover?
mean.
No problem.
Timmy Timbers. Nino Mug is best mug, yeah.
Let's try this again.
Well, guys, if you wait until next week, I'm gonna be doing
Heads
a
up,
charity
back up.
stream.
I never miss.
Oh.
I'm gonna be doing a charity stream, and you might be able to get a discount on the Nino
I
mugs.
think I twisted my shoulder.
Ninu mugs for charity.
Yes, Nino mugs for discount, charity discount.
Cups for a cause. Rude.
Wow. I hate these Jeff players. These Jeff NATOs. What for? Oh! Well,
You just said for a
the
cause.
the charity is for it's gamers outreach, and it's charity for children in hospital. We send them games to play so they don't think about the pain. Gets me?
Which games?
They send them like consoles. They send it to
Like Mario
hospitals,
Kart?
children in hospital.
That'll make them feel better.
Yeah. With Switch.
Mario Party?
Mario Party? Oh no, jeez. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah, guys, it's actually called Summer Slamit Ninathon. Because I'll be streaming from Wednesday to, I think, Saturday? Maybe till Sunday. Oh, till Sunday. That's how many? That's a lot of days, guys. That's a lot of days. That's big days. That's so many days. Slam it. Yeah, we slam it our penis in the car door. Dang. Yes. Also, yes. That's what we're exactly doing.
Hell bends to my will. Enemies perfect.
That's exactly what we're doing.
I didn't want it to be like this. Iron Fist, you leave me no choice.
Oh, are you? Wait, were you in the same one?
Nope, I'm in a different one.
Oh.
They put me in a different one. And everyone's just gone to the atrium and is just standing around in a circle.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
3, 2, 1.
It's calming. It's relaxing.
But
all the people coming together.
It's not supposed to be like that.
Okay, I'm sorry. My cat really wanted some pets when I was passing by her, and I had to stop and give her some pets for a minute or two.
That's understandable.
5.
Yeah.
4, 3.
We forgive you.
2.
Did you get coffee?
I did get coffee. I almost got a coffee and a half because I was so convinced that like I need to wake up even more. But then I decided against it.
Wait, why do you need to wake up?
I haven't been sleeping well recently. I don't know.
I think I've been taking a sleep.
Yeah.
I've been sleeping for days.
I wish.
Yeah, last couple of days I've gotten like, I got like 3 hours of sleep.
Oh, I got 2 days worth of sleep.
So me taking it all.
Yeah.
You have been taking all of our sleep.
Wait, guys, there's a giveaway. Holy shit,
My
wait.
favorite
Violence travel mug.
That's the one that I have. Guys, if you enter that giveaway, then we could have the same mug. We could have the same mug.
How good is it, Nova? You don't have it? You could join,
No,
guys.
I have the violence mug, guys.
Exclamation mark join. Me for the past 10 days.
5.
Oh no. Oh
3,
no. No
2,
sleep. The word. Just the word, not. Just join. Just type join, no exclamation mark.
No
Oh my
exclamation
God.
mark?
Join.
No exclamation mark.
Does it work in my chat too? Should I send people to your chat?
Oh, one way to find out.
Join on Nova's channel for science.
For science. I don't get used to be sure. Oh.
You're cheating on me, Jay. No, I'm kidding.
Wait, Shopka, where did I steal you from?
What, me? Hello?
No, Shopka was in my channel before yours.
Oh, I think he came in pretty
Shopka
early
fight.
on, though.
Yeah.
I think that he came to mind from, either yours or Fables. Like, originally, we're talking about your origin story, Jay.
Your origin story. Shopka cheater
Where was
confirmed.
Gabby from?
How could you? How could you? Shopka, how could you? I just remember Shopka being the gambler.
The gambler.
The gambler.
Mod fight.
Oh, wait, there's more?
I encourage it. It is a great travel mug. Yes, guys, it's really good.
I love it.
Oh.
New travel.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh wait. For a second, I thought that was the thing.
5.
Oh my god.
4,
Are we gonna find out who the winner is?
2,
Who's the winner?
1.
Who's the winner?
Who's the winner?
Enemies
Who's the winner?
Who's the winner?
Your first stream was me playing Hades. Was I a PNG tuber?
Which time?
Yeah, because I played a lot of Hades before my model moved around.
Whoa.
But then I had a little phase of it recently too, I feel.
180 seconds, guys! Oh my god! Wait, 180 seconds? I don't know how long is that? That's like 3 minutes?
Whoa, you're doing math and I can't handle it.
Wait, did I? Is it? Oh, it is!
Oh. Saucy lunatic!
Oh my god! Oh, Saucy, congratulations!
I cannot accept this.
He cannot accept it. Next week is gonna be on sale. If we reach goals, that is, it's gonna be on sale. If we reach charity goals, guys, it's gonna be on sale. Yes.
All right, fine. I was gonna do a bit, but I'll wait.
He's gonna do a bit. yeah. Just wait until next week. If I named you before Fable and Nova, yeah, but who did I steal you from someone? Were you?
It looks like he typed it out. And it looks like he came from Queet.
Oh, yes, you came from Queet. Wait, was it a raid or was it one of the streams that I did? I think I might have been thinking of doing the same bit, Evan.
That's a little surprising how often that happens with me.
Dang. Raid, pretty sure. Oh, fair. Yeah.
So, you guys want to play some video games or?
Yoki, she's ready. She's 789.
I thought this was pottery class.
I can't remember Sandy's song or not. What is that song? So how the games? The games we've been winning. We've been winning.
I was enjoying the banjo.
Was Nova or Fable that brought me to? I think it was Fable. Wait a minute, Saucy Lunatic, you ordered it. Yeah, I can't. Take a picture when it arrives. Also, guys, if you guys do get like a hoodie or something like that, make sure to look inside. You might find a clown hiding.
Oh God!
I gotta make sure. Yeah, I'm sure that one of my hoodies, I think the one with the skulls, has like a clown hidden in the back where it says like made in in Vietnam.
Oh,
everybody's going. I'm gonna go Panda. Holy shit!
Oh my God, bro! What the hell?
What is this? This is your nightmare.
One of us.
Let's go.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
And then Bad Panther.
Why? I'm so tempted. Oh my God. What she was doing? I was probably playing Elden Ring when you showed up, Prime.
There's no way you're top 5, Panther. If you're playing with us.
Seriously though. Or that's just how few people play Panther. You have to go down to Plat Diamond to find the the 5th best Panther in the world.
I'm better to get. I'll be Penny. Oh. What if we all just... shit, never mind. What if we all become bad?
Alright, who's gonna get it?
That was so fast.
Cloak and dagger. We have hope and fear.
That was too fair. That wasn't even fair. Oh shit! Look at that! Look at oh my God! 1 year old. 1 year old.
Wow, you guys are elderly. Ha! Congratulations.
Oh my God, elderly. Ninu's not following Ninu. But I didn't beat. I meant to put it in no. Oh wait, 2 years, Nova. I'm 2 years and 4. Oh my
almost
God!
exactly.
Oh my God!
Wow.
It was my birthday.
Terrible twos.
It was birthday.
30 seconds. Stay strong.
Birthday.
Anniversary.
4 days ago.
So, just how strong are those powers of yours, Big M?
2 subathons by followers just screwed up. I think it's because I know that Fable unfollowed and refollowed recently, and she lost her. Yeah, she lost her. Like she was one of the first. She was one of the very first. She wanted to be the 1,000th follower, and so she unfollowed and followed and hit 1,000.
You have to stop that.
But now she lost the fact that like she was probably one of my first 10 followers.
Oh no! Wait, I think I might have your one of your top 10. Wait, do I?
Yeah, I don't remember. I might have shared like my name with a couple of IRL friends, and then I shared it with Babel, and I was in her chat for a while before I even streamed.
Oh.
Oh, there's somebody in the room.
It's a woman.
God, no!
Not again! The women.
My time to shine. Invisible.
Extermination. Oh, you dead.
Healing. What the hell?
My time to shine.
I'm afraid.
Get ready. Here comes the bad guys.
I can relate.
Magic is like healing for them. I don't know what the hell's going on.
All right.
What did he
well,
I don't know what he said.
I think he said that their magic is healing.
I think magic is peeling.
Oh, peeling.
What is peeling?
Oh, like going for their sport and supporting them.
Like separating people off one by one, so you're gonna be in the...
Yeah, she's like saving their ass, basically.
Ow, 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 ow.
Fast! Grace us with victory!
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Lights out. Taste my pain.
Us
against the world. That's a bad job.
Zonzai. Zonzoe. Down Dewey.
Ultron right above us.
Oh,
Oh, I've walked back right into the center of that.
Oh my god, thank you.
Song of Banger. Oh, you're so welcome. Yeah, no, honestly, it is Prime who gave me that song.
Extermination!
Extermination!
Prime, I want you to know I added like at least an hour and a half of songs to this playlist, so you shouldn't hear the same songs. Like all of the same songs that you're used to.
My time to shine. I'll get you next time.
Let's pop back up under their noses.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
Lights out. Live in fear.
Just embrace the light. Oh my. Invisible?
Oh my god.
Feeling fantastic.
The squeeds. The squeeds.
Bad squeak. Bad squeak.
Lights out.
It's my time to shine.
Ow.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
I need help.
Or a dagger. Please, we're hurt.
Oh, ow, ow, ow.
Us against the world. Shields up.
Lights out. That's a bad job. Thanks.
They're sneaking from behind.
Much better. Let's pop back up
I need a...
Us against the world.
Oh my god. I'm going.
Magic's on heals.
No!
Ah! Calamari!
My time to shine.
Oh man.
A full of life.
Still cool. I'm working on it. It's a baby playlist.
Which witch doctor song is the best one? The one from the start or the from the cartoon? Oh darling, choosing between those is like picking your favourite chaos moment. The cartoon version has nostalgic, goofy chaos that screams what. But the start version brings a whole new vibe with a modern twist. It's a Mao toss-up, really.
I'm sorry.
What's life without a bit of play and unfair musical choices, right?
Wow. Unfair musical choice?
Lights out. Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
Okay, well I'm an idiot. Wait,
No worries. I've got your back.
Mau mau.
Right,
Mau
sick.
mau.
Straight up illness.
Oh my god, just a minute left. Unless I need to be bigger than army to even pick up the thing. Oh.
They still have a Punisher?
I have suffered severe
I'm payload princess.
You payload pieces? Okay. I go here.
Nice. You don't need to payload princess on defense.
Okay. Us against the world! I thought it would go faster.
I mean, if you want to.
Only 60 seconds left.
Ow!
No!
Thanks. Feeling fantastic.
Lights out. Take my pick.
Excuse me, sir.
My time to shine.
Us against the world!
Oh no! Oops.
Oh, it's okay.
My bad,
I go.
sorry.
I go.
Lights out. Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
This is real firepower!
Judge, jury,
Oh, this is scary.
executioner!
Oh no.
Oh God! Wow, did not like me in particular.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm not able to do anything there.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Uh,
Hit a checkpoint.
You
okay.
killed my sheep. Do you have
My
that
time to
song,
shine.
Nova?
On the stream playlist, I do not. Not this one at
Oh,
least.
you have to be. Oh, are you streaming
I
music?
I'm not today. No,
That means you can listen to anything.
it's true. But I feel like "You Killed My Sheep" would just be a little strange with the songs that I have on this playlist.
Lights out.
Impossible.
Oh
It's a
boy.
timeless classic. That
Probably
goes
didn't. Okay.
Oh, I can't save you guys.
My human ears. No. Listen, the headphones are just. I like the vibrations on my temples. Okay. Listen. I don't have any human ears. This was just an oversight on my part with that emote. Okay.
They're bone induction headphones.
I don't even know what that means. But yeah, totally.
Oh, bro.
Suffer in the dark.
Give them another inch.
Lights out.
You killed my sheep.
Welcome to the Dark Force
Final
dimension.
10 seconds.
Oh shit.
Take my pick. Drown in this bliss.
Oh fuck, I died.
Judge,
But I killed the sport.
executioner!
The current score is
Awkward.
0.
It has a coffee implant in the side of a head.
Time to switch things up, including which
I thought you
side
said
you're
coffee.
No.
That too.
on. You'll need a top-notch
Can I
team
go
to
heal?
win this one. We
Yeah,
have
I go
Cook and
DP,
Duck eat
and
nuts
what
and
we do.
kick butts.
Okay, okay. Oh,
Wait,
right.
who are they?
Uh,
What were they even playing?
the BP?
Was it the... I'll try the BP and switch back if it don't work.
Yeah, when I tried BP, they had a ton of counters for me, so I just got off of it.
Okay.
Round 2. Go.
I'm a bitch.
And she has the powers of just a regular squirrel.
Okay, I don't have any ult.
Everything is
before you attack.
under
Get
control.
ready.
Hey Groot, don't get mad if some of my pals ride on your branches, okay?
How do you like your coffee? Black as the universe.
Wait, you didn't have
Oh,
to
I can't.
That's a bummer.
I have drank black coffee
Oh my
before,
God.
but I don't like it. I don't really like it that much. I usually put like sugary
The battle starts
creamer
in
stuff
5,
in it,
4,
or
3,
lattes.
2.
I'm curious, is there anybody that's tried black coffee that
All you need
liked
to
it on
do
the
is
first
capture the
try?
mission area. Got it?
My grandparents.
Me?
I said my grandparents. What?
I meant
Neither Noah's grandparent confirmed.
No, I meant I drink black coffee.
Oh.
Time to go nuts.
Oh, so Nina's the one asking over for babies.
Wait, what?
You want the grandchildren.
Oh, now that's
Uh-oh.
Hey, check out this big acorn.
Oh, Magneto's low. Oh, Magneto's low. Magneto's no longer low.
Now he no longer low.
Ooh, I'm energized.
Oh, that's a turret.
I am It's the grand finale.
No more turret.
Jury! Executioner!
Oh, this is not gonna be great.
This is not good.
A nice deep freeze.
This could have been more ideal. Ow!
Oh, now that's a snack.
Oh
They're
man.
trying to kill me.
Magneto!
He almost got me.
Hello, Jeffy.
Okay,
Goodbye,
Jeff
Jeffy.
dead.
Throwing thunder at me.
Hey, Ultron.
Okay, Ultron said, holy
Ultron.
shit.
Oh, hey, Dice, you're trying new things to make me jump. I appreciate it.
But you failed.
Thunder.
Hi.
Oh,
That
that's
was
a
a good
multi.
try, sweetie. No,
Ouch!
I
Wait, what
made
did
it
he?
steal.
Wait,
He
did
tried to do a
A touch of
thunderstorm.
healing.
but failed.
I like the cold. Ooh, now that's a snack.
You seem to build your brain. It's not, with it. You gotta try harder.
Oh no.
Danger! The Punisher's calling turret is active.
Oh fuck.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Hey.
Punisher down.
Us against the world!
Oh hiya. I didn't want to play with you. There's so much shit going on.
No. I'm locked in right now. I don't think you guys can scare me.
You can scare her when she's locked in because she's easy to be scared. Like I'm easy to be scared because I'm focusing.
Oh, cloak and daggers. So.
Time to go nuts.
I cry.
Oh man. Oh man.
Okay, well.
We're back. What did we go?
I don't know.
I did not piss myself.
I suck.
Yet. Give it time.
Oh no! Who did that? Who did that? No! Ew! 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 No! No! No!
The
No!
buzzing?
No! 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 Oh, gross! No! 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 I
The Ultron needs to
the
die.
world. I fucking hate the world. Why do you guys? Why did you find a buzzing machine, Avian? This is your fault.
Oh, now that's a snack.
But you asked for it.
No,
My
I did
bad, but
not.
also nothing.
Technically, she asked, right, guys?
Oh, God. Oh, God, I hate that. Oh.
I mean,
I'd like to keep buzzing.
happy $5.
Oh my god. No, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
No.
When are you open, Groot?
Screw you and all of your healers.
Appreciate you.
Pathetic.
No stopping now.
Where? Oh wait, our point's back here.
Yeah.
Not again!
Oh.
You're halfway there. Keep
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Listen, I got swarmed by bees as a child, and ever since then, I flinch at buzzing noises, and that's why that's more expensive.
Trauma is expensive.
Trauma is expensive.
Trauma is expensive.
Wait.
I'll monetize it in any way possible.
No, did I save anybody? Fucking
Don't touch that.
I'm hiding behind
okay.
the group wall.
He couldn't get you, so he got me.
Oh, sorry. No,
Oh, I'm getting them. No! She.
Why, you guys are gonna start a high stream. Calm down. Whoa.
Executioner!
Whoa!
We're back, right?
Okay, alright. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Is that what you wanted to hear? Is that what you wanted to hear? I'm sorry for calling you sweetie.
I'm opening a portal.
They're not
Damn,
sweetie.
That was for some of the.
They're not sweetie.
Time to go nuts the final 10 seconds.
Blah, 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 blah. Oh no, I couldn't make it.
Oh my god.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Wait, why is the portal up there?
I don't know.
Oh fuck. Oh damn it! I didn't have enough fly charge!
I'm a problem your gun can't.
Oh, well, Abian was playing Emma, and so I told him he had great boobs. That's what that is.
She was just waiting for the excuse, really.
1, 2, 3.
It was in the chamber for a long time before that.
I didn't know.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Okay, guys, okay.
Oh, holy shit. How does that Emma have 35k damage? The fuck?
I'm gonna go down to Plat 3 if you need me, guys. I'll just be in Plat 3. I'll just...
Oh, I'm right behind you. Don't even worry about it.
Daffy, you have great boobs.
I'm
Everyone
sure you have
has
great boobs.
great boobs.
Yeah.
Lampy, you have great boobs. Bannock, you have great boobs.
Oh, thank you so much for the contribution to the Steam Deck. Thank you. Thank you guys.
Oh.
Who was that? Anonymous? Oh my goodness, thank you. Yeah, I do want a Steam Deck. It'll be great for when I have to do my New Zealand flight later this year.
You have to go to New Zealand?
I am going to New Zealand.
Eat nuts and kick butts.
Are you gonna see the Shire?
I want to.
Oh my god, you're gonna see. You're gonna go to Isengard. God.
Yes. Sending me to Anonymous. Thank you so much, though, Frank. I really appreciate you. Oh, we almost didn't ban anyone again, did we? Right? No, I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, we didn't, but our team has got
We're
it.
taking the hobbits to Isengard. God.
I'm the Hobbit.
Hobbits.
Isengard. God.
Does that mean you have hairy feet?
Oh, no, I don't have hairy feet. Although I technically am a fox girl, so we got fur in all the right places.
Fun story. I used to have really hairy feet, and people would tell me that I was a hobbit. Then I went to a water park in like late fall and got into a hot tub, and the hair, like most of the hair on my feet, stopped growing.
Oh.
You'll need a
Is that like a good thing or is that a bad thing?
nuts and kick
I
butts.
I mean, that's kind of concerning.
Wind, cloud, and storm, hear my command.
What's Tater's precious?
Precious. My precious. Precious. Oh, that's a good one.
Avatar? I don't know.
When I was small, I always confused Gollum with Dobby. They're practically the same, right?
You know, that's valid. It's valid.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Oh.
And in the end, they both died for our sins.
We practically match.
This is haute couture, darling. Designed by Jumbo Carnation himself.
Oh, look at him.
Oh, my costume just kind of came with my powers.
And I'm practically seething inside about how good it
The battle
Orphan Assassin. His name is Orphan Assassin.
3, 2,
No.
1.
Is he an orphan or does he assassinate
All you
orphans?
need to do is capture the mission area.
He's
Got
both.
I don't
Someone on the left.
the pressure of the
Yeah.
force.
It's Captain America.
It's
He's American.
Damn it, Steve! I'm sorry, Bucky. You want to go? Let's go.
A timely boost. I will always lend a hand. Thunderbolt. Be swift.
Helps. Oh wait.
Oh
Sorry,
no.
sorry.
Oh, sorry. Look back for that stinky poop head.
Guys, I was 20 feet ahead of everybody else on the team. What is? I'm clearly not out of position. That's not me. Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Thing.
One down.
Did you see me fall?
I did not.
Oh, men fighting.
Storm is
Man,
rising
Where?
again.
Where?
Oh, he died.
I bring thunder.
I got the man.
Thunderbolt.
I want to be the guy.
You can stand down, Captain. Happy to help.
I'm ulting up for it.
Oh. Okay, that person really did just teleport. I watched it happen.
Oh, I saved you guys.
We gotcha.
I have.
Be swift.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Hello, tree. Oop. Goodbye, tree.
Holy.
I was saying hello to tree, and then tree disappeared. Oh, hello. Goodbye.
Any healing is good healing.
We better test this out.
Oh, help. Neat.
What do I say at Mom?
No.
Hurricane is
Hey, Bucky, let's have hugs again.
feel the wrath of the goddess.
Bucky's so done with me.
They couldn't weather the storm.
That was so fun.
Oh, where'd you come from?
Oh,
Halo Princess! Nay, I am Payload Queen.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Any healing is good healing.
Us against the world.
By the eye of Agamotto!
What happened there?
Wait, I ulted on point.
I lift up my comrades.
Double KO. Vehicle reached a
no,
checkpoint.
yes.
Keep up the momentum. That's 3.
A little extra power never hurt.
Default resolution of Steam Deck? 720p, I think.
wait. Can you stream for me Steam Deck?
Time to hit him hard.
I
Yeah.
think that's the question they're asking.
Oh. Wait, really? Because
I
I have a
wouldn't-
Steam Deck. All
I
this
wouldn't
time
recommend it, but you can.
I could have streamed, guys. I could have streamed from my bed. I could have been a fat
So if you have a
sod.
capture card, why not?
If I streamed from my bed, I would fall asleep on stream.
Ah, I actually did that the other day.
Oh yeah?
You did, I was there.
Oh man.
We better test this out.
I got a Hulk.
Got. I think I'm gonna.
I lift up my comrades.
Have to pop. Fuck his baby.
Oh. I do I disable you.
Oh, Hulk came back.
Oh.
No, my baby.
The wind will only blow stronger.
They have a Spider-Man being.
I will
Spider-Man.
drag you guys. I will take you guys. I am speed. Oh. Oh no. Survive! Oh no. That's so silly of them.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Feel the thunder.
Any healing is good healing.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
Extermination!
Oh, catching that as well.
Oh no.
Oh, this is awkward.
I feel
Oh, the enemy! Please save us!
I didn't see where it was. I was distracted. Did Jeff eat you out of your Jeffnado?
No, he didn't eat me out of my Jeffnado, but he just ate me.
Fantastic!
That was sad.
He's strong.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
No! Yeah! Oh, I tried.
Happy to help.
Oh.
Us against the world!
During my storm!
Oh, that's awkward.
Oh my god, how dare you!
No healers on our team.
No. No. Next time you stream, could you try to do it from the Steam Deck?
Oh, Hulk just saved my life!
Yeah. Well, okay. What if, like, randomly, like, I can't fall asleep? I just somehow stream from my Stream Deck. I need to figure it out, though. Things I need to do for it.
Either use a capture card or you go.
As if I wasn't strong enough.
Only 60 seconds left.
Whoa, I'm scared! TLC. I'm behind, though.
No.
Okay,
I'm gonna look back. I'm coming.
Wait. Sorry. I was trying to keep the tanks up. Wait, okay.
You stay here.
Extermination!
Oh, that was tragic.
Down to 30 seconds.
Fantastic!
Oh no. Oh wait, what is that?
Spider-Man's dead.
What are you waiting for?
Come here, Ultron.
If I wasn't strong enough.
Any healing is good healing. Happy to help.
Final 10 seconds.
Oh, listen.
Oh, I can ult on point. I'm ulting on point.
They couldn't weather the storm.
Yeah, no tanks. We have no tanks. I switched to Spanish.
Oh!
That's 3.
Good hunting.
Good hunting! We did it! We did it! No!
I lift up my comrades.
We must confront Dracula.
Get your ass out of my
Score
face!
is 3, 2, 0. Time to switch things
I don't watch any streamers had a Wi-Fi zone. Oh. No.
Oh, yeah, flying over
Nova wouldn't be able to stream anyways. They could hardly was to stream on the plan. Oh no.
Wind, cloud, and storm. Hear my
You could
command.
do it if you were playing something like Stardew Valley or something. Just
I played Stardew Valley on this Steam Deck. On the Steam Deck, not Stream Deck. Funny that they have the same name, the Stream Deck and the Steam Deck.
They're so similar. I get them mixed up all the time.
Wins.
Me too.
to be fair, you probably could play Stardew Valley on this.
Guys, the song said Supernova.
What song is it?
Nice.
Outer space.
Outer
I'll
space.
with your while, Bucky.
Oh.
Name your price. 1 raccoon skin hat. Yikes. I mean, technically, I ain't a raccoon.
I'm listening to Let It Die.
Push my luck.
Bucky and I had a conversation.
Wait, what's next?
The battle starts in
The
5,
future is
4,
now.
3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Feel the thunder. I will always.
Oh, you little shark man!
Little shark man.
Ow, 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 it hurts.
I'm trying.
I have a lot of melee people. Maybe being strange was not the play.
I feel strong again.
Time to hit hard.
Do your worst.
I'm extra lethal. I will always lend a hand. Thunderbolt!
Boom!
Stand!
You know your
Spider-Man's still
spells,
back.
mage.
Yeah, he's in the back somewhere.
Oh, there he is. I seen it.
Hunt them. I'm
Oh, made me choose life.
Choose
Bucky, choose
life?
Bucky did not choose life.
Oh, fuck. He's Mario to win this. Oh, he won the fight. Oh, I'm coming back. I'm gonna show
Be
him.
strong.
Where is it? Poop head.
Token point, token point.
Oh.
Owie, owie, owie,
Oh no! Oh my god! Oh, that's not fair. Wait, what the fuck? How am I supposed to? I'm coming back.
I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to snipe you.
I got.
Wait, it was Venom?
I got
Venom didn't save himself.
By the building rebuilding.
A storm is brewing. Speed is everything.
That's not even fair, man. Yeah, I almost have my ult.
Be strong.
I'm gonna portal.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Are you kidding?
Nobody's touching point.
Oh my
Okay,
god!
well,
I couldn't touch because he just.
You get away. Feel the wrath. You
Oh, okay. You suck. You suck.
Speed is everything.
Head. I hope your next meal you eat with the poop knife.
Feel the thunder.
Oh no.
The poop knife is coming out, man.
God.
Ow,
No. Oh no. Wait, this. How come all of a sudden he knows how to play?
Which character?
Spider-Man.
What was the last round? He
You
was
can't
hyper-focusing
strike
on
down
pulling
a
people into
goddess.
the abyss.
But he only has 9 limbs.
Oh,
Well, all of us have like double digits.
okay.
Even our support speed.
Feel the thunder.
Hold still. I'm trying to help. Finish out that vehicle.
Fantastic!
Good healing.
The light force
In the
is getting
ceiling.
stronger.
I will crush them all.
Oh, that's not. Wait, that is ours. Okay.
Always lend a hand.
Focus popped.
Hello.
You're in my storm.
Got Stretchy Boy on point.
Yeah.
I lied.
Be
I'm a
swift.
liar. I'm sorry about that.
That's not. Is that,
Where's the scooter?
he's going back here.
Enemy tagged.
Enemy in front of us.
He's stopping in their tracks.
What the fuck, Neil?
I will crush them all.
Where the hell did he go?
It might be looking old.
Us against the world.
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
Don't mess with the amazing
Oh, no.
No, stop it.
Oh my god. Thank you for getting him because I almost died.
Double KO.
As if I wasn't strong enough.
Yeah, man.
Lift up my comrades.
Is last Stitch dead?
There's a lot we could destroy around here. Stop them in their tracks.
Oh, he's right there.
Even a little storm would shake this area to pieces.
My power knows no limit.
You're in my storm!
Oh, he just got healed.
A tiny boost.
Fantastic! Ha!
How about that?
I ulted up white. Oh shit. Okay, I didn't mean to do that.
Only 60 seconds left.
Thunderbolt wasn't strong enough.
Hook on healers.
We better test this out.
He's dead.
Got him.
He's baby, I mean.
Kill his Ultron.
Oh, he's low. Nice,
Tiny
we got him.
Norse music.
Oh, I
This
need
song's
heals. I
great.
need heals. I need heals. I
You
need
like the
heals.
song?
Oh,
Yesterday's
I recently won.
Feel the thunder.
Time to hit a bar.
Oh, I don't think we can touch this.
They hit a checkpoint.
Done.
Now might
You only
be
need
a
to
good
hold for 2
time to
minutes.
stop them.
Enemy in front of us.
I'm hulking.
Have a tail.
Spider-Man's gonna be trying to pull people into the abyss.
Yeah. What? Okay.
Yeah, like that.
Not so fast.
I don't like this guy.
Better stop
This
that vehicle.
storm never truly ends.
Whoa!
Shit.
Oh, this is not great for me.
Feel the thunder.
I'm burned to death.
Oh no.
I was one-handed while I was drinking coffee.
Brag about it.
Well, I died.
Any
Go ahead.
Stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Yeah.
Only 60 seconds left.
Okay, what else do we have?
They have an Ultron.
Almost that many.
You're in my storm.
Shadow Realm again.
My power knows
Feel the
I'm
wrath.
gonna ult this. Yes.
Or else.
Extermination!
Okay.
Bringing up damage Ultron.
Happy to help.
Nice.
Thunderbolt.
Down to 30 seconds.
Be swift.
Oh shit.
May your bright lady.
Oh, and his.
Hooked up both healers.
Yeah.
What a relief.
Oh, that hurts us.
10 seconds.
That was unfortunate.
I have made
Oh.
my share of mistakes, but I am fighting
touch?
every day to make amends.
No.
4.
Wait, they have 1 second more than us.
3, 2, 3. Time to
Be more
switch
proud.
things up, including
My
which side
my
you're
Norse song that I know. I've known
You'll need a
it's called.
top-notch
I don't know if
team
it's
to
a
win
Norse
this
song.
one.
You don't
Actually,
have
it's
to
a
be
Viking.
witch to find the
Wait,
magic
is
in this
Viking
world.
Norse?
But it does help.
I think so.
Oh, the horse.
Technically, yes.
Yeah, it's this song, guys. Ymir. I like this song. Panics when the waking storm. When storm.
Wind, cloud, and storm. Hear my command.
Okay. I mean. Okay.
Oh, hey, I'm listening to like.
Wait.
I'm regent of the solar system, but I am always Aurora.
Brothers of Metal got some bangers.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We thought you were a goner after the vampires caught us by the Queensboro Bridge.
Oh, me too. You'll never guess who showed up to save the day. Morbius.
No way.
Things got weirder from there. I'll tell you about it sometime.
I know this is.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
All Vikings are Norse, but
2,
all Norse
1.
are. Not all Norse
All
are.
you need to do is capture
Oh.
the mission area. Got it? Only
Like
60
that,
seconds
huh?
left.
Any healing is good healing.
Oh, he killed himself.
I will always
Oh,
let
we got
go.
pigs. We got pigs. We need to go. We need to go. We need to go.
I got the hook. Bully him.
Yes, sir.
He's popped. He's popped.
Okay, I'm gonna go for.
We better test this out.
Kill Shark Boy.
Down to 30 seconds.
Now find Lava Girl.
Got it.
But it had to be done.
Take them. Track this enemy.
More tentacles than Gargantos himself.
The light force wants to kill you.
Help you now. I will always lend.
Where was he running to?
Meow.
Destination.
He was
Oh, we
trying
got
to kill
Payload
himself.
Princess.
Oh, wait, I can't. Oh my god, the fucking stupid building. Oh my god, really?
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Double kill.
Oh, that was huge. Stretchy man and Hulker down.
That's 3.
Oh, hey.
Dome,
Oh,
dome.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm
You're halfway there. Keep going.
I actually like this song, guys. I like this song.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Kill shark, kill shark.
They couldn't weather the storm.
I'm sorry, did you get somebody?
I lift up my
Oh, you did get somebody.
strange creatures lurk below the waves.
Oh, he got me.
Ow, the squirrels.
It's like the beating on the chest.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Oh shit.
Ooh, good old.
Ride the winds!
Oh, we got the point?
I bring
We
thunder.
did.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, I'm right here. Nice. Uh-oh. Oh, get on the point! Oh.
I'm on the point. Okay.
Oh,
I'm dead.
sorry. I don't have any song stuff. The music. It's called Neon Lights.
You get away with it! You get away with it! You...
The current score is 5, 2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Yum, 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 yum. He likes slapping their chest.
The right
Oh, it's
side
called
can make all the
Shadows.
difference.
Wind.
It's called Shadows by
cloud,
Roy
and storm.
Knox.
Hear my command.
Shadows by Roy Knox.
Shadow.
Time.
We do it.
Round 4.
Round 4.
Once was. I
Hold
fight
point
for her.
Hold! Hold
Yes.
the door!
I bring thunder.
Hold the door!
Yes, Oppenheimer.
Oh no, I'ma cry. I'ma cry, not Hodor.
Coming in
Hold
3.
door.
Stay strong.
Hold door. Hold door.
Aurora.
Hold along!
I sense
You
a
know,
strong
guys,
magical
I actually,
lineage
you know, I looked at a
There were
clip
indeed
which is
witches
called
and mages
Hodor
among
because
my
playing
ancestors,
Oblivion
Stephen.
and I couldn't find the
Test
door.
this out.
I couldn't find the door. It was sad.
The battle
And
starts.
then I found the door. The whole
3,
door.
2, 1. You have to stop
It
them
was
from securing
sad.
the mission area. Only 60 seconds left.
The hokey boy.
I know Dracula
Come on,
well,
hokey boy.
and I can feel his
Show us
presence
what you got.
nearby.
More
boy showing
powerful
for you.
yet.
Any healing is good healing.
They do not have Spider-Man.
Yay.
Couldn't stand the weather.
Get off my healers!
I become vulnerable.
Oh, wait, what the fuck? Why am I down on the floor?
Down to 30 seconds.
You're on the floor.
They beat me
Did you
up.
walk the dinosaur?
Stand strong. We have this.
Hokies die! Hokies
I
die!
lift up my comrade.
He.
Blew them away. You know your spells, mage.
Final 10 seconds.
Oh my god, I have 60 assists.
Holy fuck, look at you go! You're player of the game! You.
Oh my god, I got MVP! I got MVP, guys! Oh my god!
No, they're carrying us back to
I got MVP!
Like a boss!
It
No, not
me!
her!
dancing!
It's her! It's her!
She's dancing!
51k heals? Holy shit.
I was not locked in when we first started with Cloak and Dagger.
38 and 60.
Holy shit. Look at her go. Look
51,000 healings.
Oh, that's not even
See what
normal.
these people at work are trying to call me about.
Make sure you upvote so
Oh,
you get
wait.
your achievement thing.
Yeah. Also, Avian, do you need us to pause so that way you can do your work thing?
I have no idea how long it's going to take, so go ahead and play one without me.
Okay, we could make. I don't want to throw you into a game when you have a work thingy.
I already left.
But thank you so much.
He left.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the resub for 13 months. Oh my goodness.
13 years, you mean?
It's so many years, yeah.
No, but can you carry me, please? Oh, Heim, Wilder Heim. Da.
I'm proud.
Oh.
Hi, Belf. Hello. I
Oh
just
my
got
God,
MVP, Belf.
You missed it, Belf. This year over. Wilder Heim. Gimme. Wilder Heim. Jotunn. Gimme. I don't know what it even means. Anyway, means. Nova, can you carry me, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
First MVP. It's not my first MVP. Okay.
It's the
Excuse
first
you.
for this hour. The first one for
Yeah. I've gotten MVP plenty of times.
this.
Just usually I'm good.
Who am I
Usually
gonna
my friends
banish
are
from
way,
this
way,
match?
way better than me, and I'm just in the background. I've forgotten a kill. Oh my god.
I think Belf is asking you to kill him. What? No. Why ban Squirrel Girl? Seriously? Oh my god, wait. They're gonna play flying things. They're gonna play flying things. They're gonna play flying things. Oh my god. Nova, get Iron Man. Get Iron Man. Don't listen to them. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind it if it's Storm. Better not be Squirrel Girl.
I'm nervous.
Just dodge the squirrels.
An
Wow.
invisible woman?
For
I feel
real?
targeted.
You'll need a top-notch
I feel
team to
targeted.
win this one.
But it's okay. You played what's her name?
I'm here to finish
Yeah,
the fight
and
that my
you
father
got
began.
MVP.
I hope I make him proud.
Squirrel Girl.
Should I play or should I help you with your extra nest?
What do you feel like?
What
you feeling like?
I can do rocket. But yeah, chat, I've decided that I'm just gonna do Twitch only for the Rivals and Overwatch streams because I want to listen to my music. So YouTube will just be the other games that aren't Rivals or Overwatch.
Thanks, kid. Good to know my tech lasts the
Yeah.
test of time.
Actually, we've made some pretty serious advancements since then.
People not
Focus on the mission
watching
instead of my legacy. Thanks.
On Twitch right now. What losers?
battle
Next time you see them, guys, call them losers that they missed out on the stream.
2, 1.
I've done a couple streams this past like week or two with music.
On YouTube, not on YouTube though.
The sword of Fushi is
Not on YouTube, no.
Here comes trouble. This is gonna hurt. You know what to do, spiders? Powering up.
Magic and Dark.
I see ya.
Check out these nests.
Oh, God. Stupid Panther. Stupid shit. I died.
Other games? Lampy. I play other games!
Just needed a few repairs.
Bro, I play other games. I do, I swear.
Okay, I think I have to go like a
I
shield
proudly
thing.
wear the X, even when it
And this is
clashes
the only
with my
shield thing I
ensemble.
can play remotely. Yeah, I have to make sure that I don't say things that could get Nova banned. You know what I mean?
Appreciate it. I appreciate
Just what we
it.
need.
I was fine, but thank you.
Okay. Brother, he's low.
Armed and dangerous.
I don't think I can
Pulse
die.
charge. Fire. This is real firepower!
Shield doing Steve's thing. Good thing I was here.
All they did was make me angrier.
I'll do Rocket Ult and then I'll switch.
Those beings appear to be hostile.
Your girl Penny is ready to go.
Go,
Spider
A shield? How quaint.
Cosmic Yard Amplifier. Ready to be deployed.
Double KO.
Revenge is best served cold, and
Us
nothing
against the
is
world.
better than
Enjoy the amplifier.
And goes the amplifier. Oh!
Assemble!
Behold, the child!
Tremble before fast!
Your mind is mine!
Hey, idiots! Turn around!
That's crazy, she actually is living still.
Down to 30 seconds.
I'm doing this my way! My strength is renewed.
Prime, I will say a lot of it.
Jury!
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of songs from
You
you.
can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
The final 10 seconds.
I would knit the dimensions back together if it were within my
But all the
power.
Neoni songs I found on my own, because I love Neoni.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I hold
Stuff to
shield.
do. I don't have time to music hunt. Wait, that's gonna break, isn't it? Yeah, okay.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Attacks are futile. Out, dark magic! I am strengthened for battle.
Well, I've added a couple of songs to this that I found on my own, recently, which you already asked for.
Us against the world.
But I only found it because Spotify didn't work a day, and so I had to find a YouTube playlist, and then I found some stuff on the YouTube playlist that I added to mainstream.
Leave me, darkness!
What the fuck? This guy is flying up.
I am strengthened for battle.
Just like mine.
Out, dark magic! By the eye of Agamotto!
No.
This is real
No.
firepower! Hey,
There
team!
you go.
Enjoy the
You.
amplifier!
I'm afraid.
60 seconds left.
I purge the darkness.
You're welcome.
It's spider time!
She got stuck. Oh, and I shouldn't have DPS'd there.
Did you live?
All of Jajalia.
No. Penny was just stuck in front of me. I had to shotgun her to the face. Or SMC, whatever.
Us against the world!
Oh, my thing's gone.
Ultron's wasted. Look what you showed up. Fucking hurt. The dragon unleashed.
Castle went down. Thank you.
Oh, I gained.
Oh my god.
The mystic arts won't fail me again.
I'm hiding so hard. I can't.
All the salvation is in our hands. Robot spiders look like trouble.
Plays? She plays other games. I do. Oh shit, I'm not playing close. Wait, sorry. Oh my god. How do you your Wi-Fi?
Oh shit, I'm about to die.
No, you're not.
This is real firepower.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Oh my, my thing's gone.
Dangerous.
I gained.
Down to 30 seconds.
Armed and dangerous. Mortal pain is no match for the Sorcerer Supreme.
Get that fever
I'm
moving
opening
again.
a portal.
The final 10 seconds.
Are you kidding me?
Good medicine.
Wow. I'm gonna fuck your mom. I died, but I ulted.
Winner.
By the eye of Agamot.
That vehicle isn't going to escort itself, you know.
Have unfinished business here.
Feels like I'm naked.
The current score is.
Is Nino a cat or a bread? Well,
Switch things up.
for some reason ChatGPT
Sure.
thinks that she's bread.
Open your eyes. Reality is but
definitely
an
a cat girl.
illusion.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Mm-hmm.
¿Por qué no los dos?
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
Round 2.
My dad built Spider for himself, but I feel like I was born to pilot it.
This is my unnatural selection.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Tuna flavored? Hold up.
You know, I
Tuna
love
flavored.
your mech. I haven't seen that tech before. It doesn't look like Shield or Oscorp or Axe or Stain.
I don't know, bro.
Check the logo. Hold Parker
I just switched to
Industries.
cloak because we had an Ultron. Wait,
Check out
when the fuck did I switch it? When did I keybind it to the scroll wheel? I thought I didn't yet. Oh.
Oh, you did because you were
Securing the mission
you were
area.
saying earlier when
I wanted to, but I haven't been using it.
This is gonna hurt.
Watch this place closely.
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly.
Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not used to the scroll wheel, and I just healed
This
it.
is gonna
It's
hurt.
fine.
Did you feel that anything?
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's because I'm not used to the scroll wheel thingy.
Time for some fireworks.
Oh shit, he just vibing there. Oh man, this is not good.
I got you.
Thank you.
This is gonna hurt. Fighters get the job
Okay, finally got him.
Us against the world!
Oh my god.
Spider-Net upgraded! Powering up! Time for some fireworks!
Ultra Ring Supreme!
It's party time!
I ditched.
No! Stop it!
Judge, jury, execution.
I've been using shift to go between them, kittens. Because that's what he says at the bottom right. It says left shift.
Fireworks! Lines in place! Powering up!
Oh, I didn't need to do that, did I?
I don't mind because there's a lot of shit happening.
Lines in place! I needed that.
Oh shit! I'm coming back. Thank you.
This is gonna hurt. I'm counting on you, friends. Check out these nests. This is gonna hurt.
No.
Systems restoring.
Wait, what?
This is gonna hurt.
This is real
It's spider time!
Judge, jury, executioner.
Only 60 seconds left.
Dead.
I'll patch you up.
How are there so many of them?
Yeah.
Lights out for scum. Battlefield ready again.
That's 3. We're back in action.
Oh wait, I forget that whenever
Let's
it's
hop
this
back up
map, I
under their
don't
noses.
usually want to go to the new spawn room.
You need
It's
to
so
stop
far
that
away when you go
vehicle
to the
in
new spawn room.
That is true.
Time for some fireworks. Powering up.
Ultra Ring Supreme!
We're better when we work together. Lines in place.
I'm doing this my way.
Spider-Net upgraded.
Wow. Hopefully I can get out.
The moon haunts you.
This is gonna hurt.
Okay, homeboy, you actually pushed him there.
You know what to do, spiders? Spider-Ball. It's spider time! Time for some fireworks. Powering up.
More bad guys. Just what we need.
Lines in place.
Working with you, kid.
You stopped them in their tracks.
That's fast.
Spider-Net upgraded. Time for some fireworks.
Their gods look so much cooler.
Us against the world.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Spiders get the job done. All systems go.
Thank you.
Halfway. Stop them. It's spider time.
Oh no.
Wait, is that ours?
We no.
It was so good.
The moon haunts you.
No, that doesn't count. Only 60 seconds left. There's still a chance to stop them. Some sort of ancient unk? I'm counting on you, friends. Spider-Net, updated. This is gonna hurt. Systems restoring.
Oh.
Maximum pulse!
Oh!
I'm counting on you, friends. Now might be a good time to place.
You're welcome.
Oh man.
Sorry.
Judge, jury, executioner!
I'm taken care of. Just needed a few repairs.
Oh.
Final score: 2-3. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
No. You just stink. You'll get him next time. I think I have to take a break. But I might be back later.
Okay.
It's only been 6 hours and a half, guys. It's only been 6 hours
Yeah,
and a
make
half.
sure you get food and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Are you gonna keep playing?
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to quick play with viewers.
Fair.
Bow. But I hope you have a good rest of your day, Nino. And I appreciate the invite to join your stream.
Tomorrow we gotta win.
Yes, I have it in my calendar. I'll be ready.
Alright, guys, make sure you behave and be good, okay?
Yeah.
Steffi, you're gonna be fine. I'm gonna take it to Nova's stream. She'll take care of you guys. Right?
Boot.
And
das Boot.